Well, often when you're a kid and you get a bit anxious, parents say things like, just be yourself. Uh, this is meaningless advice because we can't be ourselves, because the self is a construct. It's something artificial, according to all the different schools of Buddhism. And we spend a lot of time trying to secure the terrain of identity. We have a lot of politics at the moment in terms of representation, having more status, more validity for gender groupings, race groupings, class groupings, and so on. Nationality becomes a very powerful driving force, all of which are efforts and attempts to stabilize a sense of who we are. So the question of who am I, or who is the me that I seem to be referring to when I say I am me, this is a very important area of study in Buddhism. It's not a self-referential narcissistic procedure, because the intention of studying the self is to dissolve the self. By seeing the illusory nature of the self, the ceaseless flow of creativity which we manifest, which we are the expressions of, has more arena to move. So, basic view that I'll be offering this evening is within the family of Dzogchen. There are many aspects to Dzogchen, which means the great completion. When something is complete, it's the opposite of separated out, fragmented in parts. So if I try to establish myself and I say, well, the main thing I know about being me is that I'm not you. You are not me. So we're already beginning with fragmentation. We're already then trying to find the limits and the internal definition, the internal integrity of myself. I am an individual. The word individual indicates indivisible, that you cannot be broken into pieces, you cannot be divided. But clearly, one of the main things we know about ourselves is that we're very unreliable. We have moods, we have feelings, we have tendencies, we act against ourselves, we undermine our best intentions because we are not one thing. It is as if we are many. The multiplicity of energy or karmic tendencies which constitute what we call ourselves is dynamic and relational. That is to say, if you tell me a joke, I'm going to laugh. If you tell me a sad story, I'm going to feel sad. We could say, you are doing that to me, but in a sense, I don't have a choice. If the joke's funny, why wouldn't I laugh? When we think of ourselves, it's almost like I am a building and I have a front door and the door has a threshold and I can choose to go out or in. I can stay in myself or I can be more social and go out. This is an illusion because we live in a house which has no doors and only open windows through which the sensory experience is arising all the time. So I am constructing my momentary constellation of self-identity on the basis of my editing of the flow of experience, which is without beginning and without end, which is not in the palm of my hand. It's not all up to me, but neither am I entirely a puppet of circumstances. What we take to be I, me, myself arises as a co-emergence with circumstances. These circumstances cannot be predicted. And so I find myself potentially in a state of reactivity or in responsivity. And I'm trying to indicate what I mean by the difference between the two. If something happens to me and I feel impacted, and then I'm thinking about my life and this is very difficult. Now I have to react, I have to do something. So I do it from my individual position. So there's an impact, a bit of a time lag of processing, taking up a position, and then from that position, I react out into the world. That's what happens when we construe things through the filtering system of the habitual construction of our sense of self. Patterns generated from the Buddhist point of view, from the impact of our behaviors in previous lives, the constellation of our family, our birth experience, how the mood was in the family, schooling, occupations, whether we're healthy or unhealthy, whether the world sees us as attractive or not. All of these factors lead to little prisms of self, and each moment is refracted through these prisms. And so we have this complex projection of appearances, which we then take to be strongly real. And this is our normal situation. The possibility is to move into an unmediated responsivity, so that as the world is arising, we are manifesting with that world. That's what's normally described as non-duality, in which the barrier or the separation between self and other is less operative. So then we have to think, okay, how would we get there? How would we find ourselves in a state where we trust the movement of experience, where we don't feel that we have to protect ourselves so much? And with that, we can then experience more immediate connectivity with other people. So I'm standing here, looking around the room, having a sense of who is here with me, because this experience is coemergent. It's always coemergent. Whether you're walking or talking, you're moving in an environment. You act on the environment, and the environment is acting on you. The environment is not fixed because it presents itself as colors and shapes which aesthetically are evocative within us and mobilize us in different directions and in different ways. So we find ourselves behaving in particular ways. That is to say, my sense of who I am and what I'm doing arrives after the fact of the display of the immediacy of here I am. So what we take to be me as a construct, an enduring, predictable and predictive sense of self, acts as a screen or a barrier to the immediacy of non-dual emergence. How does this screen arise? It's because when we look who I am, we start immediately to expound some narrative about ourselves. I tell you a story about myself, where I was born, what I like to eat, where I like to go on holiday, and so on. Each of us has tens of thousands of things that we can say about ourselves, because the self exists as a choice point. When we have a sense of self, we know what colors we prefer, what kind of food we prefer, what kind of shoes we prefer, so that when we move in this world, which is increasingly presented to us as a ceaseless streams of commodities, the commodification of the environment leads to a commodification of ourselves, and we find ourselves as purchasers or consumers. The most important thing that we consume is the stories about ourselves. Something which is quite intimate about you is your name. It's your name. If somebody calls out your name, you immediately turn, because this is me. But you didn't give yourself your name. Your name was given to you by someone else. So you have become the name that was given to you. You become the body and the cultural habits and the social tendencies that were offered to you by the environment in which you were growing. Why is that? Because what we call the self is an empty sign. Because it's empty as a signifier, it is able to adopt the colorations of the various environments or situations that we move through. This is the creativity and the vitality and the responsivity of ourselves. If we were in fact only one thing, then we would always be the same and we would be uninfluenced by what is going on. But clearly we're not like that. We have all kinds of feeling tones and moods and enthusiasms. Some people are more energetic in the morning, some more in the evening. Some people like winter, other people like summer. The phases of the moon impact us. We are creatures who are ceaselessly responding to what is going on around us. And yet I am me. So coming into manifestation through making use of the resources which I find, we can start to see that the self is a DIY construction. We did it ourselves with the help of parents and schools and so on. We are a construct. And the problem is that the construct is operating within the never-ceasing stream of experience. So, since we got up this morning, so many colors, shapes have come to the presence of our eyes, our visual sense, so many sounds, some in languages that we understand, some that we don't. That's the amazing thing about being in London. You walk down the street, you hear people in conversation, you haven't a clue what they're saying. So clearly, the differential potential of the human situation is great, but we find ourselves with a rather narrow slice of experience because we end up making choices out of the overarching range of the potential of the situation. We tend only to see a fairly narrow band of options, the ones that register for us. We're immediately blanking out a lot of possibilities. And then inside our habitually evoked or recognized sense of the options for me, we make choices. And so we define. And that definition in the moment becomes my sense of self. So you can be thirsty. And that is the totality of your experience. When you're really thirsty, you just need something to drink. And then you drink something, and then you're not thirsty. I am so thirsty. All I am is thirsty. I need a pee. I just need a pee. Toilet, queue, because I am now trapped in this upwelling, this merging experience. This is the self. The self is empty and filling all the time. The self is dynamic. It is the conversational or the communicative or the connective, contactful aspect of the emergence of our energy. But the story we have about ourselves is incongruent with the actuality. We imagine that we can be stable and reliable, and that we can know who we are, that we can know what we want to do, that we can be clear about our life intention. Is this true? Things change. You could be happy in a job, in a relationship, and then for some reason, often reasons we don't understand, we find it's getting more difficult. We don't want to be there. We thought it was our salvation. We thought we'd found our life path, but something happens. Why is this? Because the relation of subject and object are unreliable. Some of you will be old enough to remember that Charles de Gaulle, in his visceral antipathy towards the British, made a lot of trouble for Britain when it was trying to join Europe. We applied again and again, no. Okay. But eventually we managed to get a toe in the door and then take our place in Europe, and now we're leaving. All that effort to join, and now another huge swathe of effort to leave. Where do we belong? We are British. What sort of British? Scottish British, Welsh British, London British? So many kinds of British. Our own kind of British. We have a representative democracy in which we get a chance to vote and have people act on our behalf. Do we ever feel that our own local politician actually acts on our behalf? Probably very rarely, because we are unique. Not unique because we have an internal defining essence, but unique because of the continuously manifesting, altering, patterning of our choice making. So the self is here, but not here at the same time. So classically, in the early stages of Buddhism, they think of the 5 skandhas or the 5 heaps, which are the basic ingredients of the Pudgala, the sense of being a person. So we have a sense of form, which is shape and color, which is the facticity of the appearance of seeming things in our world. When you open your eyes in the morning, you encounter a room. It is here. And that immediacy then brings a response of liking, not liking, and neutral. That's the sensorial feeling tone which arises in response to what we encounter. So you wake up and you turn and you look at the alarm clock and you think, shit, it rang, I didn't hear it, I'm late. So on the shape of the alarm clock, there's a constellation which then leads into perception, but perception as apprehension. This is the third of these basic ways of construing the self. I take hold of the situation. I'm late. With that comes the 4th level, which is associations. The enrichment that comes through remembrance of being late for school, remembering that your boss isn't too happy with you, remembering the perilous state of transport in London, and then anxiety arises. And then you're really aware, I am late. So this is the 5th level of consciousness. You now move from an apprehension, a taking hold of a patterning, to a comprehension. You take it as a seeming whole or totality, and now your behavior is governed by that situation. You are now somebody who is late. That's the key thing about you. And so until you get into the place, your workplace, and manage to explain why you're late, which usually involves some degree of lying, you then don't feel very relaxed. Something has gone wrong. I am the wrong kind of me. The me who should be on time, relaxed, at ease, efficient, rewarded, is now the hot, sweaty, somewhat anxious, over-visible me. So that's how the self comes into formation. And the key thing to note there is all the stages of that are dynamic. They are all unfolding and relational. How we construe that, how we put that together, tends to be solidification. Because with our addiction to thought, with our addiction to our formalizing patterns of construal, how we make sense of things, we are reliant on the structure of language. And when we speak, our language proceeds word by word by word. It is linear and progressive. But the immediacy of the sensorium, the sensory world that we inhabit, is immediate. So we now have a complete contradiction between our lived experience, our presence here, in the wholeness of the here it is, and here I am as part of here it is. In giving an account of it, it has to be laid out word by word. And of course, that means that when you come to give an account of yourself, it's never quite efficient. You say something, you explain, and I didn't do that very well. I should have said that. I forgot. Another thing I have to say. Because we're trying to build up a structure, a coherent structure that represents I, me, myself. I want to tell you who I am. But the who I amness is situational and contingent. It emerges in the dynamism of the situation. So we've got a real contradiction here between the self or the ego's desire for stasis, stability, knowability, prediction, and the actuality of the ceaseless forming and unforming of the patterns of our experience. So when we sit inside the narrative, we deceive ourselves. So this is a basic structure in Buddhism, and it's said to arise from ignorance. There are many different descriptions of the nature of ignorance, but there are two main generational modes. The first is called the ignorance of coemergence or joint birth, in which the openness of our potential, which is space inseparable from awareness, in which this openness is present with a seeming closure. So, for example, you could have a beautiful clear blue sky. There seems to be no limitation in it. Gradually, clouds start to form in the sky. Now, the thing about the space of the sky is it's not displaced by the cloud. It's not like the thing we learn in school about Archimedes, and he gets in the bath and the bath water splashes over and he says, Eureka, that he has displaced an equal volume of water from the volume of the body. Water is displaced by the body. Space is not displaced by the cloud. The space and the cloud are non-dual. That is to say, they don't stand in opposition. But how we experience ourselves is always about opposition. So in this first level of ignorance, unchanging, relaxed, open spaciousness starts to be pervaded by vague, misty, cloudy appearance. There is no problem. These are inseparable. But within this cloudiness, we find a tilt. It's an energetic tilt, not a tilt done by anyone, not done by a god, not done by a demon, not done by us historically. There's just a kind of tilt and a wavering and a moving, and gradually there's a thickening. And this thickening generates a more complex field. So when a lot of clouds are in the sky, some are darker, some are brighter, some clouds seem to move quite quickly, others more slowly. It's differentiation. And as the cloud becomes more pervasive, it is as if there is only cloud, because that's all we see. Now the space of the clear blue sky becomes a memory which starts to fade, and there is less and less remembrance. This remembrance is very important because it's not remembering something, but it's remembering, it's putting, as it were, the members of the body back together again. So you have the always integrated, the integral wholeness appearing to fragment because of these pulsations of energy. The energy is the energy of the mind, which we can start to explore in meditation, and if you come at the weekend, we'll do this in more detail. As this thickening of the energy arises, it starts to manifest in the form of subject and object. There seems to be an experiencer and an experience. This leads to the second level of ignorance, which is the ignorance of naming everything, of identification. So I am like this, you are like that. This is an oak tree, this is a birch tree. Coffee doesn't taste like tea. And the more you go into conceptual elaboration, the more you go into developing concepts, it is as if you are gaining more power to identify and describe what is there. From the Buddhist point of view, this is the force field of the great delusion that we live within. Because what is actually happening, of course, is that there is no such thing as description. All description is creation. That the world comes into being according to our means of constellating experience. And the more that constellation is coming through our culturally approved, reinforced through education, through this matrix of interpretation, we take it for granted that things exist. So reification appears as objects out there. To reify is to take hold of the world as inherently real objects or entities, each of which has its own personal essence and substance, that each thing we see is defined by its own qualities. So now I'm getting more and more knowledge of the world because we're starting to come into manifestation as beings with this kind of a body, which we take to be very real. And I have my knowledge inside me, and I can apply my knowledge externally or not. I can identify or not identify. I can brighten up my mind or dull it down. I have choices to make. If you like, existential choices. Because I am me. I'm in here, you're out there. You live in your brain box, I live in my brain box, and we construe the world differently according to our predilections. So this is how we end up in what is called samsara, where we move from one set of constructs to another set of constructs. Being born as a human being or as an animal, in a god realm or a lower realm, there are many, many possibilities. Even in the domain of human beings, we see in some countries there seems to be endless war. In some countries there's endless exposure to wild effects of nature. In some countries there's endless demands to keep working. So each culture offers seemingly generalized constellations of construal and engagement, within which each person has their own precise sense of, this is me, this is my life, this is who I am. And so even if you live in a very state-controlled society, you can still make individual choices. You can comb your hair in a particular way, you can polish your shoes or not polish them, and these small moves might be ways in which you think, I exist. They can't take this freedom away from me. I refuse to brush my teeth. I exist. Many people have to struggle with exactly that sort of issue. And the issue is, how do I decide in a way that can define me to me? See, this is the end point of a long chain of misapprehensions. So, in Buddhism, there are many, many different approaches. You can start with your embodied presence and think, I'm a human being. Some bits of my life go well. Lots of bits of my life don't go very well. So I've got some good qualities and some bad qualities. I should try to restrict my bad qualities and develop my good qualities. This gives me something to do. And if I work hard and I'm careful and I'm mindful, I can become the kind of person who is worthy. Worthy of what? Worthy of becoming enlightened. Now, this would suggest that enlightenment is a prize, is the result of activity. If the activity is not carried out, you won't get the result. So it is dependent on individual effort and individual mobilization. So I am building the new Jerusalem. I am building something good for myself. And there are many Buddhist paths which start from this point of view. and suggest many profoundly helpful and generous ways of proceeding. You can help to support the practice of Dharma, you can feed meditators, you can print Dharma books, you can fund a hospital, you can give your spare money to people who are suffering, and in this way you can accumulate merit. And you can also start to examine the truth of the propositions that you have about yourself. So you might start to see, oh, I'm not as solid and defined as I thought I was. And through that examination, you have wisdom. And if you accumulate merit and wisdom, then, like having the two wings of a bird, you fly to enlightenment. That's one kind of story. And of course, since enlightenment's very far away, it exists for us as a story. There is a happy land far, far away. It's always far away. So the more you start with material definition, the more you start with the familiar sense of self and take it as veridical, as true, as reliable, you have an awful lot of work to undermine that and put it into question. Then in the Mahayana tradition in Buddhism, we start to explore the nature of emptiness, which is to see that what we encounter through the senses is here, undeniably here, but here as what? If I tell the world what it is, then I can say, I am in a room where one wall has mirroring on it, quite a few people in the room, we're in East London, inside a Buddhist center, we're in winter, this is where I am, and I'm talking with you just now. This is what I'm doing, and this is where I am. So this is our normal way of proceeding. We tell the world it is like this, and if you tell me your story, I'll tell you mine. And if you tell me your story, by and large, I'll believe that it's true. And I expect a reciprocal courtesy from you. So we all agree that we each tell the truth about our situation. And this way we keep each other stupid. Why is it stupid? Because the story is not the thing itself. When somebody says something about something, you don't know. So at the beginning, there was a minimal introduction, just a few sentences about me. That's more than enough, because each of you can formulate your own experience of me. And since I'm going to be blethering with you for an hour and a half, that gives you a lot of opportunity to have different kinds of experience about me. Experiences about me, because whatever is occurring moment by moment is being cooked through these prisms and matrices of your own interpretation. The more we relax the interpretation, the more we have a raw, fresh encounter with what's arising. And what is arising is sound. Out of my mouth, sound is coming. And you take hold of the sound, and it makes sense to you. Is this because you're the most wonderfully intelligent people in the world? You could say that. But you have an added ingredient, which is the knowledge of English. If you didn't have the knowledge of English, it wouldn't make any sense to you. So I am making sounds which you are interpreting. Often we forget that. We take it for granted. It is as if meaning is coming out of the other person's mouth. It's not true. Sound comes out. When you look, you see, what do you see? Shape and color. You could say, oh, I see James. You can't see James. James is what you put onto shape and color. You are interpreting the world ceaselessly, ceaselessly. This is the movement of your mind. This is your participation in the coemergence of the mandala of all the Buddhas. Except it doesn't look like the mandala of all the Buddhas, because how we manifest is with thick glasses. We obscure the world. We make the world opaque because we always try to look through the cloud to find the clear sky. The cloud is in the sky. The cloud is the breath of the sky, is the glory of the sky, is the gift of the sky. The thing is that the cloud is not in primary colors. The cloud is not made in the kindergarten factory. It's not for the under fives. The clouds of the world are the radiance of the mind, if you see the mind, which is difficult because the mind is not something you can see. So when we set out to find ourselves, it's an impossible task. To know yourself, what are you going to know? How you are just now. Were you like that in the morning? No. What you find is the revelation of the manifestation of your energy as it manifests in this moment with other people, infused with proprioceptions, sensations, feelings, moods, thoughts, memories, hopes, fears. All of this is arising all at once, not in a linear way. So when we think about it and we try to make sense of it, the last thing we do is rely on the senses. We make sense of the world by forgetting the senses and going into conceptual elaboration. So when we are telling the world what it is, when we are telling ourselves who we are and how we are and what we are, giving an account of where we were born, our gender, our race, our interests, and so on, we ourselves are thickening the clouds of obscuration. These clouds are intrinsically empty. They have no density. They have no power to obscure unless you take them the wrong way. If you take them from the point of view of duality, this is happening to me, but what is it? What is it? It's already happened. Yeah, but what is it? I want to know. You don't have to know. It's already happened. No, but I need to know. Why? Because I need to be able to make sense of life. So as I try to make sense of life, I obscure my existence. So when you read the Dzogchen text, you find there's a great stress on clarity. Clarity is the immediacy of the revelation of as it is, just like this. Unfortunately, what has happened is, as the individual self takes itself to be a center and ground, I am the ground of my own being. I am myself. I am grounded in my history, my family, my passport, and so on. This is me. With this false ground, this deluded ground, I take myself to be the self-creator. This is what I want to do. This is what I have to do. I have individuality and agency. I have the will to power. I can make things happen. I can live life on my terms. I can be my own person. Where is this coming from? We speak. Where do the words come from? Mostly when we speak, the words are coming through us. Where are they coming from? They just come through us. As they come through us, they sort of vibrate a bit. Oh, God, what am I saying now? Oh. So now I have to work out who I am. And I'm standing here, I have to say something. What will I say? And then something happens. Where does it come from? It comes from the unborn ground. It comes from the inseparability of space and awareness, moment by moment. This is the gift of the mind of all the Buddhas passing through us without any effort. But do we accept that gift? No. Why? Because our hands are full, holding on to ourselves. I'm me. So the very assertion of myself becomes the block to recognizing the ground of being, which is unconstructed. So we privilege the construct of self. And that so intrigues us, so fascinates us, that in that intoxication, in that merging, in that mesmerization, we don't see the space. The cloud is in the sky. So many clouds. Where's the sky? The self, the energy of our presence moment by moment, is a movement within the space of awareness. But where is awareness? We can find a memory. If I ask you, what was the best summer holiday you had as a child? Something is going to come to mind. Being on a beach or climbing trees or doing something like that. We can search for memories and find them. We can formulate plans. Maybe this coming year, what will I do in the summer? Some idea arises and you think, is it viable in terms of time and money and so on? Something to find. You can describe yourself, if you go to therapy, in terms of your childhood and your parents. There's a lot to talk about that fills the space and empties your pocket. Where do you get to? You get to another week older, another year older. You get the progression through time as somebody looking to find themselves. You find something and then it starts to crumble. Because as we were looking earlier, the self arises in conversation, in interaction, in dialogue with the emergent field factors, all the events around us, which are also always changing. So we are changing and the world is changing, and in that tumbling, here we are. But who am I? You are the emergence. Yeah, but who? You can't just say I'm the emergence. You can't put that on your passport. Well, do we think that the law is a reliable guarantor of our true identity? Passports allow you to move through countries and past policemen who probably don't like you very much, but it doesn't guarantee who you are. You don't get a passport on the basis of ontological inquiry. You get it on the basis of a birth certificate, a formal, conventional piece of paper. Because your parents registered your birth, you exist. If you're born in a country where they don't have that registration and you come to Britain as an illegal immigrant and you don't have any papers, life is much more difficult because you then have to try to formulate a kind of identity that will fit into the pigeonholes of a bureaucratic system. So all that we can say about ourselves is actually the emergence of the radiance of awareness, but misconstrued as a true account describing who we are, the circumstances of our life, and our intention. So hopefully you can start to see that what we might call awareness or clarity or openness, and what we can describe as the ongoing practice of ignoring that openness, fabricating illusory identities, they're not so different in nature. They're present simultaneously. This is the first kind of ignorance I was describing. There's the clouds and the sky. The cloud is always in the sky. Or in the tradition example that some of you will know very well, there's the mirror and the reflection. The reflection is in the mirror. So when you look in the mirror, you see something. What you don't see is the mirror. You see the reflection. The reflection fills the mirror, and we are intrigued by the reflection because you can say something about a reflection. Reflections belong in the realm where thought and interpretation and the generation of meaning in our relative truth sense is very easily manifested. But what about the mirror itself? You never see the mirror. The mirror shows itself as something else, but the something else that the mirror shows itself as would be impossible to see if there wasn't a mirror. You wouldn't have clouds without the sky, but when the clouds fill the sky, you don't see the sky. The sky is always there, the mirror is always there. It is the emptiness of the mirror and the sky that allows the manifestation. In the same way, it is the emptiness of the self that allows the ceaseless display of all that we are and all that we appear to be and all that we could be. The potential, because we don't yet know how we're going to be. We don't know how we're going to be in an hour or tomorrow morning or in the summer. We know very little about the future. But if we're not dead, we're going to be there. And how we'll be there, we don't know. We don't know what our mood's going to be. You might be on holiday and be having a good time, and you get a phone call that your mum's dead. And you think, oh shit, sad. I'm on holiday, sun's shining. I'm sad. How did that happen? Because life is crisscrossing in these ways. We manifest according to circumstances. Where from? What is the ground of emergence? And we could talk about this for 100 years. We wouldn't get anywhere. You just have word following word, following word, following word. This is why meditation is essential. And especially from the point of view of Dzogchen, the meditation of non-meditation, which means not to enter into the kind of meditation which requires individual agency and individual effort. I am meditating. I am going to observe my breath. I am going to do body scanning. I am going to do prostrations. I am going to do Rushen. I am going to do the sensing. All of these are activities which require the focusing of individual subjectivity towards a task which is predetermined. You learn how to do it, you get the transmission to do it, and then you do it. Who is doing it? I'm doing it. If I don't do it, it's not going to happen. What's not going to happen? Whatever happens when you do that. Do you want to get what happens when you do that? Yes. Why? Well, I'm a Buddhist. That's the sort of thing we Buddhists want. That's why we do these things. Okay. That's the meditation of meditation. What is the meditation of non-meditation? To relax. To be present with whatever comes. Whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. I might not like it. This is the heart of non-meditation. When the thought constellation of our habitual tendencies arises, when we find ourselves liking and not liking, when we find ourselves wanting to edit to make it a better fit, then we're of course returning to the self constellation as the true ground of who I am. So when that energetic formation starts to arise in us, again we relax. You can relax in the out-breath, you can relax with the 3 R's, doing Guru Yoga. You can simply relax. Most of us are pretty hopeless at relaxing because we are wired up. This wiring exists in the prana system. Our breath is not very balanced, the nadi are tight. It lies in our identifications with moods, with our prejudices, with the limited construal systems whereby we attend to certain features of the environment and not to others. For example, I'm not at all interested in motor cars. I don't drive. I've never had any desire to drive. Well, London's full of cars. So I walk down the street. If it's an old car, a new car, it doesn't mean anything to me. People who drive cars might get quite excited with a new car because that car is one of the domains through which their sense of self is manifested. I'm not interested in football. Football is very important for some people. I'm very interested in books. So if I pass a second-hand bookshop and it's closed, I look in the window like a kind of hungry dog. I want to be in there. That's my domain. So each of us has these invested resonant fields to which we bring heightened sensitivity, which could be desire or it could be aversion. And so we find ourselves pulsating in a world which is not of equal validity. It's one thing to say, oh, everything is empty and open, but what we live in is the topology of our historical investments. So our karma, the patterning of the choices we made in the past, is returned to us, not necessarily as something coming out from me towards the world, but towards how the world appears to me. I find myself being fascinated by something. I can see that people close to me are not interested in it, but for me it's fascinating. So that lock-on, that dualistic sense of importance, of necessity, it's a kind of elective fusion. This is my world. This is what's important. This is what we start to recognize when we're in the practice of non-meditation. Because you see, oh, the world is particularized through the movement of my mind. This is absolutely vital, that we step out of the paradigm of subject and object, that there is a truly existing world out there full of nouns, and the best possible freedom I can have is my facility in moving the adjectives and adverbs around. That is to say, I can comment on how things are, but the how things are-ness of what is out there, political systems and so on, appears as a self-existing truth, just as we appear to ourselves as a self-existing truth. This is all construct. This is the movement of the mind. So, in non-meditation, we get used to experiencing the dynamic nature of the content of the mind, which is pattern formation, arising and passing, and we don't get involved. And then we do get involved. And then we remember to relax, and then we're not involved. And so you go tightening, loosening, on and on and on. And this is the heart of the practice. Getting lost is the heart of the practice, which is why it says in many of the texts, may our problems be the path. We're not trying to find a path away from problems or a path without problems, because it's through observing how you tie yourself in knots, how you abandon yourself to your neurotic formations, to your impulsive behaviors, being present in the moment of tightening and thickening and increasing opacity, you're there. You're clear in confusion. You're shining in the dark. This is the main focus of the practice. Whatever arises is ungraspable. We read that in the text again and again, but we keep grasping. We're grasping the ungraspable, and so we become disappointed. So, what is the source of our suffering? What is the source of our frustration, our misery, our feelings of lack of success, that the years go by and we don't make any progress? It's because we are apprehending and comprehending that which is ungraspable. But if I just allow it to happen, won't I kind of dissolve? And reform. Dissolving and reforming, dissolving and reforming. The more you dissolve, the more you realize you reform. And each time you reform, the formation is non-dual. That is to say, it is the coemergent, the joint production of situational features and yourself. This is, in Buddhist terms, is how we describe compassion. The Buddha has no need to do anything. The Buddha acts for the sake of beings. The Buddha, in not doing anything, is not asleep, is very aware. And when there's something to be done, they mobilize and do something. We tend to do a lot which is unnecessary. Why do we do it? Sometimes because we are caught up in our habitual addictions. Sometimes it's because we feel that we have to continue in the process of making ourselves, through doing what we do, through maintaining the construct of the self, the crumbling house of who I am. This is a very old, rickety building, and you have to try hard, but it keeps crumbling. But if I let go, I'll have nothing at all. This is where trust comes into the practice. So in the beginning of these teachings coming into the world, as we know, they came from Garab Dorji. He made these three famous points. The first is, you need to hang out with yourself. You need to be with yourself to be yourself. Don't think about yourself, don't tell yourself who you are. So you can have some transmission of that with various symbolic devices, but primarily it's done through meditating with an experienced teacher, in which their spaciousness becomes an invitation to the field to welcome more spaciousness, rather than being over-invested in the cloud, in the reflection in the mirror, in the familiar self-constellation. This is me, this is who I am. I'm manifesting and dissolving. I'm happy, then I'm sad. I am unreliable. This is a wonderful freedom. It's a terrible thing to be reliable. It's built into the capitalist production system with machines. If you're working with a lathe, it can take your finger off. You have to be mindful of the task, and you have to be able to attempt to be in control of it. You have to be reliable. Factories need reliable workers, because here's the conveyor belt. Cupcakes coming down. Your job today is to be Mr. Cherry. Cherry on top, pop, hour after hour after hour. If a cake goes through without the cherry, its supervisor arrives, docked 5p. Many people still survive in that kind of nonsense world. We have to be reliable. That is to say, we must maintain a reliable form. This will not be impossible if you do the meditation of non-meditation, because all forms arise due to circumstances, and if you pay attention to how you need to live in terms of getting kids to school on time or maintaining your job, the field will evoke the constellation of what you take to be your self pattern, and there you are, doing what you have to do. The key thing is to see what is the ground of this manifestation. So in Dzogchen, truly and deeply open to the understanding developed by Nagarjuna in Madhyamika Karikas, developed Prasangika view, that is to say, there is nothing. But this view is inseparable from the Chittamatran view of mind only. That is to say, there is nothing but emptiness. But emptiness is not just nothing at all. Like the sky, the wind is moving. The breath of the mind of the Buddha manifests as all the structures of thinking, feeling, sensing, and so on. These are presenting, they are appearances which are empty. So Tibetan language is full of juxtapositions, nantong, saltong, and so on, which say there is appearance or there's clarity, and it's inseparable from emptiness. When you see the mind is empty, yet inseparable from clarity, And that clarity, the field of clarity, which is the immediacy of whatever is arising here. So you come in this room, the room's here, we didn't need to make it. You look around the room and you see the shapes of what is here. This is the immediacy of what is arising as the self-display of openness. So in Tibetan it says Kada and Hyundrup, and these two are inseparable. And within this field of clarity, we have movement. And what is a movement? It's moment by moment. You're sitting in your chair, you move around, your posture shifts and so on. I'm talking and moving about. This is the movement of energy within the field of clarity, which is inseparable from emptiness. This is the most simple, uncooked, direct mode of the mystery of me. So for each of us, as we manifest moment by moment, we're manifesting in a context. There is always a situation in which we move. And with the act of conception and the fertilization, it's occurring in the womb. The fetus develops in the womb, comes out of the mother's body into a room. Somebody holds it, somebody cleans it, somebody wraps it, somebody talks to it. We are always somewhere. Always somewhere. So when we think, but I'm just me, and I can leave this room, I don't ever have to come back to this room. So this room is not going to determine who I am, because I can go into other rooms. And in other rooms, I'll see different things and I'll feel different things and I'll be me. I am the one sole, reliable, continuing feature of this world. Is this true? We don't know who we're going to be tomorrow. I arise with circumstances. So the narrative of self as an isolated entity, a subject looking at the world of objects, recognizing, oh, some of these objects are people too. They're also subjects. So now we have intersubjectivity. We have more frisson or vibration between us. But where is this emerging from? The false ground is, it comes from my DNA, it comes from evolutionary theory, read your Darwin, it comes from the structure of the brain, it comes from my parents, it comes from my school. We have thousands and thousands of ideas about where it all comes from, but we don't see. We don't see because we imagine. Imagination, creativity is the ego's theft of the ground of being. The ground of being is ever effulgent. That's why when you see these paintings of Tibetan deities, they always have some aura of rainbow-colored light around them. They're often manifesting in the sky because they are effulgence. They are the streaming out of light and the immediacy. So this is our situation, that we live in a world of experience, and we are experience. Who is the experiencer of my experience? There is no experience. What there is the clarity, like the clarity of the mirror, which displays the unique particular formation of ourself that is arising moment by moment according to circumstances. I become like this because of that. It's not inherent in me. It's not constellated purely by what's outside. It's like a conversational emergence. But when we rely on the narrative, deluding sense of I am separate from the world, then our imagination creates endless interpretations and patterns of possibility. This imagination is itself the energy of the ground. So when the ego steals or misunderstands the root of its being, there is confusion. So in the sky, we have two great things which appear. We have the sun and we have the moon. Very beautiful on the full moon night, this quiet, luminous presence which is calming to the heart. The beautiful moon. But the moon is a thief. The moon has no light. She grabs some light from the sun and says, oh, here I am. I'm so lovely. So this is the ego. The ego is taking the energy of the ground, giving it a little wrapper, the ego entrepreneur. Don't produce anything, but put your own label on it and flog it in the market. So that's what the ego is doing all the time. Sending out a misinterpretation of the ground of each moment of emergence. So the function of non-meditation in the Dzogchen system is to allow the movement of the mind not to be blocked, not to be stopped, but to allow it more nakedness as it arises from the naked ground. Because when thoughts and thoughts run together, they become sticky. And the stickiness creates the concatenation, the building up, the juxtaposition, which seems to feel like the inherent existence. This is real. I feel sad. I'm getting bored. Does this guy never shut up? So there's some thought structure arises in the mind. Oh, now I feel like this. And then it's gone. It was a feeling. Where did it come from? It's my feeling. If I felt it, it's mine. It's like being a kid and finding 20p on the road. I found it. Finders keepers. So we grab these emergent contents of my mind and take them to be the proof of my mind because I found the thought, which is my thought. You can see this is a slightly self-referential world. The function of the practice is to stay present with the arising and the passing of the thought. Let the thought emerge and it goes. Let the feeling emerge and it goes. In this way, we start to experience the natural cleaning of all phenomena, the self-liberation of all that arises. And so without doing any external purificatory practices, vajrasattva and so on, each thought, in its unique particularity in this moment, is the breath of space, and gone, and gone, and gone. So the purity of the mirror, the fact that the mirror is never touched or dirtied or contaminated by any reflection that arises in it, no matter what form and shape that reflection has, is paralleled by the mind, the open purity of the ungraspable ground of being, which is present in us all, but not as a commodity we can take hold of. This ground manifests as all these thoughts and feelings of self-hatred, self-doubt, confusion, worthlessness, critical parental thoughts, self-destructive thoughts, all of this. When we allow ourselves just to be present with each of these formations, this is just nothing. Nothing showing the form of something, appearance and emptiness. And the emptiness is the purity of the appearance, even when the appearance appears to be, to us, to be horrible, and we don't want it in our mind, and we don't want to be like that, and I'd rather be somebody else. So the stickiness and the cleanliness are present at the same time. And the stickiness is developed by attachment. Attachment here doesn't mean grasping onto something. It means involvement. We merge. How do we merge? Because we take ourselves to be something. So with this traditional example of the mirror's generosity the generosity of its potential is to show whatever is placed in front of it. Without effort, it just shows. Because the mirror is empty of self-form. In the same way, our awareness, when we spend time with it, we see it's not an entity. It's not a thing. It doesn't stand in relativity to anything else. It just is inexpressible. Again and again in the text, they say, nobody can express this. When Kuntu Zangpo was describing the 5 qualities of the ground, he said, ground, or the basis of everything, which is the space and emptiness, yin rigierme, it is inexpressible. We like expression. Through expression, through thinking, speaking, defining, we create this self-construct. The self-construct you can get hold of. The ground you can't get hold of. So, I take hold of it because I want to guarantee the freedom to be myself. The mind is empty. Now, here are 2 possibilities. Which hand has more freedom? The clenched fist, in imprisoning what it gets hold of, imprisons itself. This is why there's a lot of suffering in samsara. Not grasping, everything is possible. Grasping, you diminish the possibility. So this is the structure of the meditation. This is the struggle in the work of meditation. That if I want to find out this amazing mystery of being here, instead of closing that space of inquiry by telling myself who I am, by adhering to, merging with, identifying with particular patterns that arise and taking them to be the truth of the representation of who I am, if I desist from this unnecessary activity, find the flow of potential doesn't cease, but it's more clearly available. If you go into a shop and you want to see what's there, you have to not be wanting a red sweater. You have to not be wanting to buy plantains, because now you're looking for something. Plantains are important. I don't want ordinary bananas, I want plantains. How come you don't serve plantains? We've got a very mixed ethnic population here. You should be selling plantains. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, but we have all these other things. I don't care. I want the plantain. So this is us. We are a very biased shopper. We're looking for the things that confirm the validity of me being me. And this is why meditation, although it's easy in its openness, is very difficult to practice. Because again and again we face prejudice, the judgment which is installed before the moment of experience. We are preoccupied. We're already full of propositions and definitions which seem to install the truth of what is happening. Let it be. What is it? How is it? What is it is always tempting. Let that one go. How is it? How is it doesn't require a description. It's showing itself. It is how it shows itself. Then you move from interpretation to start to taste the intrinsic clarity of the mind, that everything is shown, everything is a gift without effort. So much is arising. Here it is, here it is, here it is. And now I'm more peaceful. More peaceful, more here it is. More here it is, more peaceful. This becomes the way that the practice develops and deepens by itself. And this, of course, is essential. If you're dissolving the notion of agency, you don't have to be inside yourself trying harder. That's confusion and delusion. It's not about effort. It's effortless. How can that be? Your mum never said that. Your dad never said that. Your school teachers never said that. Everybody has always encouraged you, try harder. You've got to get it right. Don't waste your life. There's a lot to do. Who's going to do it? Well, you are. And if you do it well, you'll be rewarded, and then you'll be happy. This is the doctrine of samsara. This is the doctrine of confusion, which is presented as truth and light. So in the meditation, we are being present increasingly, slowly, and for many people with great difficulty, because we are so aroused, we become increasingly present with the fact that the impersonal becomes personal, which becomes impersonal. And the movement of the personal, that is to say, I manifest, I walk, or I talk, is a movement of the field of clarity which is impersonal. Buddhas don't have a personality. They look a bit different. There are particular tasks that they take on, but they don't need a personality. Personality is the separating out the individualized notion of the self-construct. When you start to see that your personality is situational and not a private possession. So, for example, walking down the street and you see someone you know, and they've got a little bundle in their arms. You think, well, it's a baby. Wow, you become different. Your baby attuning personality potential manifests. That's what happens. It's great. Walk away, this is fantastic. Shit, dog shit. Fucking people, that bloody dogs. No, another aspect of your potential is manifesting. All of this is us. That is to say, we are situational. Or in Buddhist language, the Nirmanakaya manifests into a world which is shaped and takes on corresponding shapes through profound empathic attunement. And the more we are in touch with this potential, we find ourselves being flexible and adaptive and able to accommodate many different situations. Whereas, when we hang on to ourselves, when we experience ourselves as being self-defining, then it's very different. Because now I'm living within the limit of my concepts, and I'm having to maintain this structure, and it's a lot of effort, because it's part of the environment. If you build a house on the coast, it's difficult to get insurance if your house is on a cliff, because the tide comes and it washes at the cliff. And the insurance company says, the premium is £10,000 a year. What? Your house is going to dissolve. It's like that. The Bible says, don't build your house on sand. Build it on rock. The Buddha says, don't build your house on rock. You will never find any. Don't build your house on sand. Build it on space. We are space. Space, clarity, moment-by-moment appearance. So, in order to engage with the question of identity, the more you relax into the ground, the potential that we all have manifests more clearly and freely into the situation. So it's not that it's going to be impossible to maintain a job or a relationship or talk with your kids. What you find is that you have more moves being available because the entry door into I, me, myself is loosening and opening. And there is more of me than I ever imagined. Because I don't have to imagine myself. I'm now more in touch with the imagination of the ground, which is the clarity of display. So this is just a very, very brief summary of the infinite beauty of Dzogchen, which is a great source of peace and tranquility and clarity if you allow yourself to enter into it. And as I say, we have tomorrow all day and Sunday in the morning to inquire more together into this, if you're interested, and to start to move into the meditation which allows us to work ceaselessly at the deconstruction of the delusion of a permanent individual self. The end. So, pleasure to spend time with you.
Thank you so much, James. And we have time for about 3 questions. So please don't be shy. Who's the first one? I know in England people are shy about asking questions. There we go.
So sometimes I feel like I get very caught up in this idea that I don't have any identity and that everything I am is just emerging right now. But it really, really kind of terrifies me because I feel like there isn't anything. Like it's just empty. It's almost like what you said about the house. It's like there is no house. And how I don't know quite what the question is, but maybe I like misunderstand what you're saying or how you deal with that.
I think it's always good to start with something quite concrete. So if you feel that you're dissolving and you don't exist, the most important thing is you just do a little bit of yoga, you bend your head down and you sniff your armpit. God, I stink. I exist. I stink. So, in that way, moment by moment, if you stay with embodied being, there is always a precision. It's when we go into a thought about a thought. It's not like we cease to exist, but we can't quite hold all the thoughts of the self-constellation together. And it's as if I don't do it, it'll fall apart and there'll be nothing. But actually, life is going on. So looking inside yourself at that point to find yourself is an endless labyrinth and can make one seriously a little bit ill. The best thing is to come out through the senses, go into the kitchen, open the herb pots and sniff, oh, this is oregano, this is some another herb. And then you're like, oh, this is right. Huh. Put your hand in the freezer. Oh, this is cold. Now I'm here and I know the difference hot and cold. And I walk up and down the stairs. Now I'm out of breath. So whatever thoughts I have about myself, there is the immediate facticity of being here. And these elaborations are unreliable. And we have spent so much time building up these false positions. And when they crumble, if we don't do it in a careful way, it's a difficult. And sometimes as a trauma reaction or difficulties in childhood or relationship, we can start to crumble. So in Dzogchen, they talk a lot about the self-liberation of phenomena, which is the natural dissolution, like a wave rises up and goes back into the ocean. But when we're holding ourselves together, we don't want to dissolve. So we have now form and emptiness as oppositional. And when the beautiful kiss of emptiness comes to visit us, we say, no! So meditation helps a lot.
Who's got the second question?
You talk about this trauma, sometimes causing this dissolution, and when you talk about this grounding, I imagine there's a value in grounding, because otherwise one can project the preconception into the practice, right? But you spoke about therapy before being like a waste of money, which I understand it can be, but is there value for Westerners to have that ground, that healthy kind of ego in a way?
Yeah, of course. I think, well, it depends on the kind of therapy and whether it's fitting or not. There are quite rigid forms of therapy, which are like a corset. A corset won't make you thin, it will make you look thin. And it will inhibit your breathing. And you get looser forms of therapy that let you live in your own shape. So I would think that something like Gestalt, drama therapy, improvisational work is often very useful. Because the key thing is, if you're waiting for an interpretation that will open the door, I don't think that's going to happen. And classical Freudian and Kleinian analysis can lead to many mental health problems. It's too intense and it's too introverted. Whereas if we can observe ourselves in the moment of our becoming, particularly with others, it's more useful. So therapy can be helpful as long as you're able to hear yourself talking. Because the real exit from therapy is when you realize just how boring you are. And as long as you're fascinated by your self-narrative, the therapy can go on, and there's always more to say, and more to say, and more to say. And where is it going to take you? So you get a spreading out in some way of the constituents of the self, but it's difficult to get any resolution because the ground of it usually is being formulated in terms of my mum was like this and she didn't give me this, and my dad was like that, he was always on my case. And so although you're concerned with cause and effect, it's inside a very narrow frame, and it just starts to reverberate. That's the danger of it. But a loosening therapy that allows you to observe yourself in the moment of becoming with others, that's probably going to be very useful.
So firstly, thank you very much. I think the examples that you gave were very enlightening in the sense that I can actually imagine myself in a lot of situations. So thank you for that. My question is more around the fact that I often tend to think about the next step, but this is what I need to do, but often find it difficult to live in the present. What are the maybe 2 or 3 things that perhaps one could do to actually enjoy the present, not have to think? And as much as I try to think about the present, I still start thinking about, okay, well, 5 things to do.
Okay, well, you don't want to think about the present because that will take you out of the present. When you're thinking about the future, you're in the present. The present that's full of the thought about the future. So the present is always full of something. Now, some kinds of meditation try to get rid of thoughts, so you just have this empty sky. But then you can't do very much. So if you've got a job, you've got to hold things together, and you've got to pay bills and so on. Most of us have checklists. I have lots of checklists of things to do. But when I look at them, it's here and now. It's always in the moment. You can't step out of the moment. The past is gone, the future hasn't come. There's just this moment. But this moment can show itself as the past or as the future. So the infinite potential of the moment, sometimes it's called the single great tigli, or the single great ball of creative potential. That this moment, moment by moment, is filling and filling and filling. So we can remember things from the past and think, oh, I wish I had done. Feel it in your body, shame, oh God, wow. We are incredible. We fill with so much, and it's always here and now. So this space of becoming is opening to these constellations. Now, if you follow the form only and forget the emptiness, then you're just in this reactivity, like a pinball machine, to this movement of thoughts. The clouds are in the sky. It's so dark, I can't see the sky. No clouds without sky. So when life gets heavy and we're very busy and preoccupied and maybe have self-hatred or self-demand, wow, lots of stuff moving in the sky today. That's all. Okay, so we can start just with some simple sitting. You want to be in a comfortable position. Really have the feeling of your skeleton so that the bones are resting on each other easily and the muscles are relaxed and free. With this kind of practice, we usually have our hands on our knees. gaze is slightly up. The eyes are open but not staring. And we rest the gaze in the middle arena, the space about 2 arms length in front of us. And we're just breathing in and out, not doing anything special. And life goes on. Of course, life goes on means that different things arise in the room. People cough or move. You hear sound. Although the gaze is in the space, we see shapes and colors without excluding and without paying focused attention to shapes. It's just relaxed open gaze, a little bit in the peripheral vision. And inside, what we take to be ourselves, sensations arise, thoughts, feelings, memories. The most important thing is not to impede the flow of experience. So every time we get caught up in a particular riff, a particular line of engagement, you find that you lose the context. You go off somewhere. Of course, you don't go anywhere because you're here, but it is as if you go somewhere. So when that happens, you simply relax back into being here. Okay. So usually with this kind of practice, you do it for quite a short period of time because you don't want to make any real effort. The gaze is open because we were allowing the field of the senses to be present. We're not looking out, so we're not tilted towards the out, but we're not closing our eyes and going inside. The key point is that outside and inside arise together. So just sitting in that way allows us to see the inseparability of the field of experience and ourselves. That is to say, we are within the field of experience. We're not apart with a threshold looking at it, but we are within this. And that's a very simple and very profound thing to awaken to. Because some of you may be familiar with ideas about the process of death coming from the Tibetan Book of the Dead and so on. That as we move towards death, if it's happening not from an accident, but in a kind of slow way, the elements dissolve back into themselves, both the gross outer elements and the more subtle inner elements. Earth dissolves into water, water into fire, fire into wind, and then wind into space. And because our consciousness is linked with wind, when it dissolves into space, if we don't have any meditation, we just go unconscious. Awareness, Rigpa, intrinsic clarity and lucidity of the mind is linked with space. So although consciousness dissolves, clarity is there. Now, when we're born, it goes in the other direction. We go from spaciousness through wind formation, manifestation of fire, water, into the gradual solidification of the fetus. And gradually, the fetus, as it becomes ready to come out into the world, has more robustness, and then the baby's there. And the organizing principle that we have is the earth element. We return to earth as the kind of guarantor, because earth seems to be substantial and reliable and predictable, and you know where you are with earth. So we have 5 elements. The 2 polar elements. Earth looks stable and reliable, but actually crumbles relatively easily. The other polarity, space, is ungraspable, and yet infinitely reliable because it never changes. And in between, we have these three moving elements, the water, fire, and wind. With our stabilized sense of self, life appears often incoherent, challenging, chaotic, and this sets up turbulence in ourselves. So we have hopes and fears, anxieties, and so on. And this is the pulsation of the moving elements. We heat up with fear, and with anger, and with lust. And this takes us into the wind element, propelling us into situations. Then we relax again, we have a little bit of flow. But essentially, these moving elements are very unstable. When we have a lot of stability, the tendency is to go to the earth element for security. So if you can have a wall between North America and Mexico, then you can stabilize the population. If you find that people behave badly, then you can increase the number of laws. There are many, many, many laws. And the laws come in the hope that now the law is clear, everyone will follow the law, and we know where we are. So the law is a consolidating force which gives employment to tens of thousands of lawyers, because the earth element of the law dissolves very easily into water and fire and wind. Because the secret of the law is to pretend you're talking about justice when you're actually talking about rules. And rules bend and dissolve and are interpreted and so on. So lots of people who do bad things get away with it because the law can't catch them. They slip away. But the anxiety is to have more laws and rules. British laws for British people. So, seeing this contractive energy, feeling it in ourselves, we can see how our fundamental site of refuge is earth. This is what we go to. And children do this all the time. They complain, it's not fair. Fairness is the idea that the cake can be cut into completely equal pieces. Now, that's very difficult. So in families, you often have a system where one child gets to cut the cake and the other child gets to choose. So you can't bend the rules too much. But the idea of unfair is very powerful. Because if everything was fair, if the world was made of Lego and each piece was the same size, it would be really easy to allocate resources. But due to fire and water and wind, in this moving world, we're born into families where there may be a lot of money, but a history of poor health. There may be a lot of health, but a lot of drinking and violence. So we find complexity of formation, and we're always trying to sort it out. Why is it like this? Can't we make it better? And so you have investigations and committees and reports and so on, but somehow life tumbles on because of the power of the moving elements. And that's how most of us spend our whole lives, focused on these four elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. And space is some kind of invisible, taken for granted background. In the practice of Dzogchen, this is reversed. Space is the most fundamental. Space is the basis within which and through which there manifests this play of the other four elements. So all the practice that we do and all the understanding that we develop is to allow ourselves to relax into the spacious ground of being and experience the flow of manifestation as it arises situationally, non-dually, not from me to the world, not from the world to me, as if it was cause and effect, one thing following another, but as a pulsation of coemergence. And this is why in the teachings we have transmission and initiations. Because although everybody has Buddha nature, everybody has the basic ground or resources that they need for awakening, for coming into more clarity, we need the help of someone else. This is not an insult. It's not an invitation to join a cult in which you go under the power of someone else. It's simply the actuality of non-duality. That the world structures as this pulsation or this dialogic movement in which self and other are moving together. And when we try to do it by ourselves and work it out for ourselves, we're starting in the wrong place. If you start from you, there's me and you, there's self and other. And the other is out there, but we find out more about ourselves, we close our eyes and we go inside and we find out through Vipassana all this stuff moving about and and then we look outside and all these buggers are still there. We go back into retreat for longer and longer periods of time, and then you become crippled by practice. Practice is in the world, moving with circumstances. Circumstances are not the enemy. Circumstances are the playful unfolding of the field of our experience. So, in the tradition, there are 9 levels of the transmission. Mainly we're concerned with the first 3, in which the founding Buddha of Dzogchen, except he didn't create or invent anything, is Samantabhadra. Samantabhadra or Kuntuzangpo means always good, always already good, or completely good. This good is not the good that stands in polarity of good and bad, right and wrong. It's good in the sense of unborn. You can say that some chocolate is better than others. You can say that some bananas are more tasty than others. You can say that some clouds are more interesting than others. But what can you say about space? Space is space. It's everywhere the same. It doesn't have any shape. It doesn't have any color. It's devoid of qualities and yet is the field within which everything is manifesting. So Samantabhadra is the presence of awareness inseparable from space. Awareness here is a non-cognitive intelligence, a non-conceptual intelligence. That is to say, it is the illuminating quality of awareness. Sometimes it's compared as an image to the sun that again, you have to step out of whatever knowledge you have of Western science and just think this is a metaphor, ordinary metaphor. We look at the sun and the sun always looks the same and it doesn't seem to do anything, but the rays of light are coming out of it. So awareness is like that. Awareness doesn't move or change, but its illuminating power is always moving. Without the sun, you wouldn't have the illuminating power. The patterns of the illuminating power don't define the sun. You can't do a kind of retrospective interpretation by looking at a child and saying, oh, your parents are like this and that. You might try to do it, but it wouldn't be very accurate. In the same way, the clarity, which is the manifestation of everything we see, doesn't show us the nature of awareness. Last night, for those who were here, we looked at the image of the mirror and the reflection. When you look in the mirror, you see many different forms arising. Maybe you see your own face, but you also see bits of the room behind you and so on. Or if you look in the side mirror in a car, many images are arising and passing as the car moves along. These images tell you about what is not in the mirror. They tell you about the non-mirror. The mirror itself doesn't show itself. So our mind is like this. We have the contents of the mind, thoughts, feelings, and so on. And we have the awareness which shows that. It is the field of light within which these permutations or modifications move. The modifications tell you about the circumstances of emergence, what's going on. Some things make us happy, some things make us sad. They don't tell us about awareness itself. Awareness is the illuminator that cannot be seen. This is a key aspect of the Dzogchen understanding, that awareness is never an object of mind. You can't think about it. You can think about your mind as a process of conceptual elaboration. So you can think, oh, on the way home tonight, I have to go to the shops. I want to get this and this and this. And later you think, no, that's not right. I forgot, I need to get some cheese. So the memory of the thoughts of what you need to buy that arose in the first instance can be brought to mind and moved over. You can reflect on what you thought was your essential shopping list. So you can think about thoughts, you can think about feelings, you can think about the mind. You can, as we experience in primary school, you sit in the class and the teacher asks a question and other kids, they put their hand up and you think, oh, I'm not very bright. They're smarter than me. And then the teacher goes plinky plink on the piano and the other children sing. And the teacher says, you and you and you in the choir, and you, please, shh. And then you realize, and in the art class, how come my painting's never on the wall? These are the pains of childhood, in which we realize that we stand in relative qualities with other people. We have certain things that go well and other things that don't go so well. So in that way, we can compare and contrast ourselves. You can have a sense of who is stronger or healthier or more beautiful or more funny. That is to say, we take the formation of other people and we take the formation of ourselves and we bring them together as if they're in the same plane of experience, and we compare and contrast. This may be quite delusive, may be quite confusing, but it's certainly how our ordinary social structure works. That is to say, our body, our speech, and our mind, where we take mind to be the movement of my experience, a self-referential arena of experience, these three are all objectifiable. They're open to description, to judgment, to commentary. And because of that, they can be relativized. So we compare our body with other people's, we can compare our speech with other people, we can compare our mind with other people. When we use this word awareness, it's not like that. It's not a thing. And this is what's very difficult, because we're used to thinking about things, this thing in relation to that thing. How do you think about a thing you don't? So although in these times here together, I'm going to be using lots of words to describe something, the something that I'm describing is not a thing. So, and my intention, I don't know if I'll be good at it, but my intention is to speak in a deconstructive way, to try to tease out and loosen the patterns by which we construct things, so that you can try to observe for yourself that you start at the end point. We start with the earth element, the judgment, the conclusion. Who am I? I'm me. That's a conclusion. That's the end point of a whole process. And in Dzogchen, we want to go back to the source, to the ground, to the base. In order to do that, we have to relax the anxiety which wants to cling. So, if you're drowning and there was a piece of polystyrene floating beside you, would it make more sense to grasp the polystyrene or to grasp the water? It's pretty obvious which. Something seems very helpful. But the process that we're going to look at through Dzogchen says something which is your refuge, the something of I, me, myself, the something of I know how to travel around in London and so on. We all have access to many somethings. These somethings are all nothing. And if you can dissolve your something into nothing, it will open a space, the space of everything, within which anything can manifest as the situational something. Yeah? So if you start with the sense of the fixity or definition of yourself, if you start with the conclusion and the judgment, and you're holding on to that and fearing that you might fall apart unless you've got something to hold on to, very difficult to have nothing. What is nothing? Space. Space is the ground, space is the mother. But we want something. So releasing something, and this is why in Dzogchen there's a lot of explanation of the view. The practices are set out according to view, meditation, activity, which is the interaction in the world, and the result which can arise from that. In some of the practices, the view is very short and brief, and the practice is quite elaborated, like in Tantra. But in Dzogchen, the view has to be set out more clearly because the practice is very simple. But if you don't know how to just allow yourself to come into relaxing and become more aware of the imbalanced, off-balance side moves that you can make as you seek to rectify yourself, then you get lost very easily because it's about doing nothing. The ego self is a construct. If you stop making it, it won't happen. Hopefully you have some memories as a child of playing on the beach. Sometimes the sand on the beach is very soft. So the water's coming in and you have your little shovel and you're building up to make something. But as the water comes more around the sand, it starts to dissolve. And whatever shape you make dissolves. This is our life. This is why we're always shoveling. Because you have to reconstruct and reconstruct and reconvene. The meditation of doing nothing is exactly what allows the dissolving. And when you see the dissolving, you see, oh, this structure, which I thought was reliable, was being maintained by myself. That's why in the text it's described as being an illusion. Something which appears to be the case, but is not the case. It appears to be reliable and fixed and substantial, but it's actually a creation. And in terms of the ego structure, without my momentary construction, it wouldn't be in place. So I'm going to let go of it. And now there's nothing. And then from that nothing, there's everything. And from that everything, within the field of everything, some particular precise movement comes again and again and again. So that manifestation is inseparable from the field of clarity, which is inseparable from the ground openness. So these are the three aspects in Mobo, Ranjin, Tukche, which are fundamental in Dzogchen, and in the more general Buddhism is described as the Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. But in order, the entry point is through the Dharmakaya, through the nothingness. through the emptiness, through the openness, through the ungraspability. But we want to grasp. So the main problem in meditation is we hang on to something. We hang on to a thought or a feeling. We're just trying to relax and open, but we find ourselves caught. So want to go back to the source and get some help. So the beginning point, as I was indicating, is Samantabhadra, the primordial Buddha. He's just there. Primordial Buddha is the ground. It's not something in history, although if you look at it through the line of time, it looks like a historical source. Samantabhadra is actually the ground of our being at every moment. Always good. Means uncatchable as a thing, outside relativization, beyond comparing and contrasting, never objectified. So Buddha Samantabhadra brings a transmission to Vajrasattva, or in Tibetan Dorji Semba, meaning an indestructible being. This transmission occurs without any effort. It is the unobstructed nature of the open mind itself, which is called, for example, Gompa Zangtal. Zangtal means direct, unimpeded, flowing through, and Gompa means the potential of the clarity of the mind. In the Tibetan language, they have used many, many words for unimpeded, unobstructed, direct. That is to say, the mind of Vajrasattva doesn't have any personal content of its own. So if we are having our ordinary human contact, somebody says something and you say, oh, that's interesting, let me think about it. So you give me something, I'm a little bit fascinated, but I need to find out how what you've just said to me fits with the furniture that's already filling my inner room, my space. My mind already has quite a lot of content. So what will I do with what you've just told me? Very difficult. This is exemplified in the point where someone looks at their partner's mobile phone and realizes they're having an affair. Trauma. How could you? How could you? Oh, my partner is not who I thought they were. Nobody is ever who we think they are. And we also are not who we think we are. Well, this is the problem of life, that you imagine you've got somebody nailed, you know who they are, and something then erupts. Can erupt out of any of the 5 poisons. For example, in Russia, there are these wonderful women in Pussy Riot who have this unbelievable courage to just say, fuck off Putin. That's unbelievable. I don't know that I could do something like that, but they're right in there. So there's something erupts, it tears the texture of fear and dominance that goes around. And sometimes these tears are very painful, sometimes we want to repress them, but life has its own formation. So the question then is, what to do with this tear or disruption in our world? That's because we are full of content. That's because we are grounding ourselves in our assumptions. But Vajrasattva, I don't have any assumptions. Just clear and open. So what's arising in Kuntuzampo arises in Vajrasattva. And what arises is nothing. So it's like sky to sky. Unobstructed, just being present. You can't say they're being present together. You can't say they're being present apart. It's just uninhibited presence. Because the mind of each person is the same and infinite. Now, in this room, we can only get so many bodies because there's only so much space. And the space gets filled with bodies. But the space of the mind, because it's infinite, is unobstructed and everywhere. And the infinity of everyone's mind is spacious and unlimited. No traffic jam, no accident, no contradiction. Space and space don't have to meet at a border and negotiate how much relatedness is possible, because they are space. This is why there's room for everyone to be awakened. You don't steal anything from other people. If you get promoted in your work, you get ahead of one of your colleagues and they get pissed off because you got something they didn't get. But if everyone gets enlightened, nobody has more enlightenment than anybody else. It's non-competitive, it's non-rivalness because it's grounded in space. So this is the unimpeded communication, sky to sky, space to space. This is the first level of transmission, and it's called Gyawagombigud, the lineage or the transmission of the mind of the enlightened one, or the immediacy of the enlightened one. Gyalwa is a term which is used for Buddha, but it means victor, it means victorious over all limitation. So the next level is when Vajrasattva gave the transmission to Garab Dorji. And Garab Dorji is presence. He's not a human being, but he appears in human being form. When we look at these lineages, they're quite difficult for us because we live in this basic Judeo-Christian world with the book of Genesis and the idea that somehow human beings are on the pinnacle. We are the special ones. God creates the world and he hands it over to us. Why he would hand it over to us? I'm not sure, because Adam and Eve already fucked up and got kicked out of the Garden of Eden. So it's like a kid being expelled from school and then employed as the headmaster. But anyway, we get used to the idea that we are the best. You know, there's nothing higher than us. And if anything looks like a rival, like a lion or a tiger, you just kill it. We're good at killing things, so we wipe out any enemies. But from the Buddhist point of view, human beings are not the best at all. We are a manifestation, we are a display of energy which arises for a while. If you're lucky, you have a long life cycle, then you die. And when you die, your beloved body will start to stink and people will throw it away. Throw it in a hole in the ground or put it in an oven to burn it. So, this special humanness is part of a dynamic unfolding of one of the possibilities of dynamic unfolding, which are seen as the 6 realms of samsara. And we'll look at that a little bit later. But the key thing here is to see Garab Dorji is not a human being. He's not a special human being. He is the presence of the radiance of the mind, showing a particular form. And Vajrasattva conveys to him the direct meaning through symbols, which is usually considered to be through mudra, sometimes some sound, some basic mantra sound. Means without conceptual elaboration, without explanation. He makes a gesture, like he maybe holds his vajra up in his hand and his bell is in his lap. So showing that the relaxed spaciousness of wisdom represented by the bell and the power of the unmediated force of the vajra are inseparable. One is more dynamic, the other is more relaxed. So Garab Dorji gets it. What does he get? Nothing. So he's very happy. So now he's full of nothing. And he starts to manifest, and this bubbles over, and he comes and shows himself in this human world. He does all sorts of things. Well, we're like cows in the field. Some weird guys arrive. What the hell does that mean? Because we human beings are always self-referential. We think, I can only make use of that if it fits me. Me first. So human beings don't make much progress. So Garab Dorje then realizes symbols are not enough. So he then tries to say something. This is called Gangzak Nyenkung Gyutpak, means the lineage that comes through the ear hole of essentially stupid people. People who have to have it spelt out and explained, which is why we have an awful lot of explanations. Because although it is ourselves, this is our primordial being here from the very beginning, we're not in touch with it. We're in touch with everything apart from who we are. We fill our minds with the internalization of objects in the world, whether there are ideas or watches or motor cars, but we have no idea who is the one who is receiving and enjoying and participating. So Garab Dorje, at the end of his manifestation, rises up in the sky and he makes these three famous statements, and then he dissolves like a rainbow. And this is the beginning of the transmission, which then comes down through Sri Singha, Manjushri Mitra, Padmasambhava, and many different lineages spread out from there. It's passed from one to another to another. Why? Because we won't get it by ourselves. You can't work it out by yourself, although it is more intimate with you than anything else. This is very strange. But because we are addicted to duality, and within duality we take up the position of I, me, myself, as if we were a separate monad, a self-determining, isolate entity, we can't get it. Because the truth that's expressed is non-dual. And from the position of duality, you can't understand the non-dual. Because the non-dual says, between self and other, no difference. But from the position of duality, we say, yeah, but I'm me. I'm me. I'm the content of my life. I am what I think and feel and take myself to be. So this fundamental discordance between the openness of our potential and this deluded construct that we inhabit has to be dissolved. So this is what Garab Dorje offered when he made these three statements. So the first one, he said, you have to awaken to how you are. Sometimes it's said that you have to have it pointed out to you, that you have to see how you are. But since it's not an object, you can't see it and it can't really be pointed out. The function of the word is to try to operate as a massage that helps us relax the tensions of self-formation. We hold ourselves together. And so the soft plasticity of our potential to manifest in different forms is hidden by the very fact we hold ourselves together. So Garab Dorje says, relax and be present with the openness of the ground of your being. So the teacher can say the ground of your being is completely clear. You might hold up a crystal ball and say that this crystal ball is translucent. If you put it on a green cloth, it will look green. If you put it on a red cloth, it will look red. The crystal ball has no color itself. So this is like ourself. According to situations, we manifest in particular forms. None of these are truly definition of who we are. As we know, some of the Gestapo officers in the concentration camps would go home at the end of the day to a nice little house, and the wife would be there and put on a record of Brahms and eat a nice dinner and play with the children. And then next day go back to overseeing the murder and destruction of many people. How is this possible? How is this possible? Because we are good at division and fragmentation and self-forgetfulness. Because we tell different stories about ourselves in different directions. And we know this on a very ordinary level, that if you are playing with a small child of 3 or 4, you have to get down on the floor and do things with them. If you're talking with an adult, then you sit in a chair and you talk in a particular way. If you go to visit an old relative in an old folks' home, you talk in with a much softer, more gentle voice. You wouldn't want to score a point or win anything. It's your old granny, for God's sake. Just say something sweet to her, give her some flowers. So, according to being with granny, I'm manifesting granny appropriate behavior. My empathic attunement takes me into the domain of oldness. And playing with a small child on the floor, my empathic attunement takes me into the domain of youngness. So this is the actual operative flexibility of our capacity for becoming, but it's hidden from ourselves due to the stabilization of an interpretive self-narrative. So hopefully that starts to get a little clearer for you. So Garab Dorji is saying, don't be seduced by the stories you can tell yourself about yourself. Relax so that these storylines, thoughts, memories, and so on pass through the open space of your mind like clouds through the sky. And the more you don't involve yourself in the clouds, non-involvement, non-activity, non-effort, the more that is manifesting, you find, without doing it, making it, constructing it, you find you are inseparable from space. So this is the first point of Garab Dorji. Then he says, having some sense of this, which deepens and expands as you do more of the practice, having some sense of this, when other thoughts arise, habitual thoughts, powerful thoughts, maybe critical thoughts coming from other people, attacking thoughts, sad, depressed thoughts, anxious thoughts, don't cleave to these thoughts. Don't look to them for meaning, because if you do, you start to take up a relative standpoint from which you then reflect on this experience of openness. That is to say, you make the big mistake of reification and objectification. I had that experience in meditation. Now I'm thinking about it. I wonder if. So you put it into doubt by making it an object of conceptual interpretation. Garab Dorji says, don't do this. Abide in the, it could be translated as confidence, but abide in a sense in the dignity of this direct taste. We are used to being seduced and deceived by the intoxicating power of concepts and interpretations. Sit with them. Let them show what they are rather than falling into an alignment with their explicit content. If you stay with the thought or the feeling or the judgment, it will dissolve and vanish by itself. So this is the fundament, the basis of our meditation practice. Non-intervention, non-elaboration. So don't remain in doubt. Don't imagine that the thoughts that have deceived you for so long could be the vehicle of illumination. Thoughts illuminate the structures of samsara. You can study engineering, you can study biology, you can study nuclear physics. There are many, many things you can study, and they'll give you a job and a career and put food in your mouth, and that's a great thing to do. But they will never, ever show you your mind. Many students who go to university to study psychology, feel heartbroken at the end of the first year. How could the study of the mind be so boring and statistical and deadening, these stupid fucking experiments? Because they don't have any depth or light. They are just stories about stories about stories. So, Garab Dorji said, the temptation is to return to the status quo ante, to go back to how it was before. Because we are masters of stupidity. We are masters of habit formation. We are masters of habitual tendency. We know how to keep constructing the limiting patterns of our lives, and this gives us a sense of efficiency, of heightened capacity, and of identity. And on the other hand, we have this spaciousness. Grasp the polystyrene when you're drowning, or open your hand to the water. So we tend to cling. So this is what the second point of Garab Dorji means. It's a practical instruction about meditation. Everything you cling to will cheat you, but you're good at clinging. Everything you release will free you, but you're not good at releasing. So this is the work of meditation. Feeling the arousal, the intoxication, the enmeshment. Oh, letting go, let it go, let it go. Some of you may have seen the movie Frozen. Her beautiful song is saying exactly that. Let it go. The truth is everywhere. So then the third thing that Garab Dorji says is just continue in this way. Means don't be seduced by anything else. Now, this doesn't mean that you have to have a narrow sectarian mind that's highly avoidant. It's not about non-performativity. It's about the allocation of value. If you feel that you want to do 5 rhythm dancing every week, or you want to learn the tango, or you want to do Tai Chi, or you want to masturbate looking at pornography, whatever takes your fancy is activity, movement of energy. You can call some things healthy or call some things perverse, but that's you calling something healthy or perverse. These are conventional titles, and you might not want your mum to know what you're doing, but anyway, what you're doing is just a little bit of physical exercise. Can that be integrated in Dzogchen? Of course, everything is already integrated in Dzogchen. Dzogchen is the great completion. Nothing is excluded or left outside, which means continuing in this way, when you find yourself fighting at work, you have a colleague who wants to sabotage your project. Your project is important, maybe not just for you and maintaining your job, but you think it's a good project. You want to fight the person. You want to do some dirty business to knock them off track. Is that integratable in meditation? Why not? What is involved? Thinking, feeling, sensation, and action. What are these movements of energy? Where is the energy moving? In the mind. Tibetan Buddhism is full of politics, full of funny games, liking, not liking, backstabbing, and all the rest of it. And yet we can believe that these great meditators, very calm mind, very nasty bastards, determined to get their own way. How can that be? That's because we're saying we know what a good person is like, and we know what a bad person is like. When my principal teacher, Sia Lama, when I met him for the first time, one of the things he said was, the Buddha is not a nice man. Because if you say the Buddha is a nice man, ordinary beings are not very nice, then ordinary beings have to become Buddhas, so they have to stop what they're doing. This is incredibly dualistic. Some of us have tried to change our behavior over the years. Our school report cards still say, must try harder, could do better. That is our human situation. Why? Because failings are part of life. This is a domain of failing. Mistakes, confusions, failures arise. Where do they arise from? Gareth Dorji, first point. Mind is open and unborn. Out of the unborn, it is as if many things are born, but they are inseparable from the unborn, so they appear to be born. It is as if they're born, but actually they are not born. The empty mirror is unfindable, ungraspable. You never find the mirror itself, you find the reflection. It is impossible to take the reflection out of the mirror. The reflection shows itself, but is unborn because it's in the unborn mirror. Everything which arises as our experience, our activity, wanting coffee and not tea, whatever your particularity is unborn. But when you grasp it with your conceptual elaboration, that grasping, that bringing subject and object together, creates the illusion of a self-existing phenomena. Which is why, for example, Namkha Nobu Rinpoche is always saying, don't enter into judgment. Judgment means concluding. Concluding means coming to the end. Now, although we say the great completion, it doesn't mean it's all tied up. It means it is complete in the sense of non-duality, that appearance does not leave its own ground. There is no fragmentation, bifurcation, separation. It just is, like a ball, whole. But that bowl is rolling. There's new experiences arising all the time. The experiences arising within the ball, within the mirror, is unborn. So whatever you do is pure if it's in the mirror, and is impure and dualistic if it comes out of the mirror. How do we take things out of the mirror? We define them, we isolate them with our defining concepts, and then we elaborate them with our opinions and judgments, and this fragments the world. But the world is not really fragmented, because this activity of the mind is not dividing anything at all. It's creating a kind of patina, a kind of covering which has no truth in itself. It's a bit like if you look at yourself in the mirror and you go, the mirror will steam over. Then you can't see your own face. So when you elaborate, that's really what you do. You just fill the space with your own breath. Mirror is still there. You are inside the mirror, in the space of the mirror, in the emptiness. So continuing in that way means don't judge what you do as good or bad. Now, clearly on a relative level, we shouldn't attack people or steal from them or harm them. The question would be, if you are in a relaxed, spacious state, why would you do that? It's not that you have to try to be ethical or bind yourselves with codes of morality. That's what you do with a wild horse. And you put a rope around its neck and peg it on the ground. The horse gets really agitated, and you hobble their feet. Much better to give the horse a big field to run around in. If they've got 3 hectares, the horse running up and down, and gradually it starts to feel that it is the boss of the big field. It's quite happy. It's in a prison, but it's a happy prison. It's contained. So it's the same. The energy of the mind can be contained by constraint, which will always be dualistic, or it can be constrained by recognizing it is inseparable from space. And if it's inseparable from space, you don't need to organize it and rectify it by judgment and intervention. It becomes self-balancing. So this, in the Dzogchen tradition, they say the basis of the mind is primordial purity. Kata means from the very beginning, there have been no entities, no things. And yet, miraculously, everything appears. This miraculous appearance, or Hlundrup, or the instant presence, is inseparable from the ground. So what is it that presents itself is appearance. So here we are in this room, we look around, we see different people. Some people look older, some people look younger. Some people are wearing green, some people are wearing red. We say these things about people. We put our construct, our interpretation. This is a green sweater, this is a black sweater. Green and black are words in the English language. If you were speaking Yiddish, you wouldn't say that. You would say something else. But if you only speak English, you think green is green. Come on, it's green. No, it's not. Green is a conventional usage in the English language. What does green get you to? Green gets you to the complacency that you know how to name things, but you're naming them with a construct. What's vital here to see is when I think I'm describing something out there, I'm actually co-creating what is there. So the potential in the visual field, the qualities of color and sound within which we move, are elaborated by our own interpretations, which we then delude ourselves into believing are descriptions of what is already there. So we have an activity which we then repress and imagine as belonging out there. And in this way, we make ourselves stupid. We make ourselves a thing in a world of things, rather than seeing the effulgence of the brilliance or the shining quality of the mind manifests everything, subject and object altogether. So this is what Garab Dorji brought into the world, and this is the foundation of all the pathways of Dzogchen. And all three statements or indications are very important and very helpful. But the first one is the most vital, because as long as we cling on to the notion of being something knowable and definable, this is empowering the ego to say, I am the center, I am the king, I am the queen, I am the one who knows, trust me. You don't want to abandon me. You don't want to see that I'm actually an illusion. Trust me. And this is very important. We have the story of the Emperor's New Clothes from Hans Christian Andersen about a king who was very vain, and he employed a tailor and asked this tailor to create clothes for him, and he made wonderful garments, and the king would go out looking fantastic. And the king said to the tailor, you must surpass yourself. I will be speaking to my people. I need you to make a suit of clothes that nobody has ever seen. I want it to be as fine as gossamer and radiant so that people can see the wonder of who I am. So, stitching away. King looks at him. What are you stitching? Your Majesty, these are clothes that have never ever been seen. Oh yes, these are the clothes for me. So on the day of the great presentation, Emperor gets dressed in his fine clothes and he goes onto the balustrade of the palace and looks at the people. But he is naked. But everybody's, oh, the king, the majesty. But the little boy says, but he's got no clothes on. And at that point, a guard comes up behind the boy, draws his knife and cuts his throat. That's not what Hans Christian Andersen said, but that's what happens in real life. It's not very good to be a whistleblower. You can have little notices in your work that says, if you see anything in confidence, phone human resources. Don't go near it. And why? Because the status quo, how things are, what we know, what we believe in, what we trust, our habit formations are enormously seductive. This is the domain of our power. We go into meditation and we don't know what's going on. We don't know how to do it. What is this? We feel disempowered on the path to freedom. And we feel empowered within the prison. And we know this about people who've been in prison a long time. Often they come out of prison and they do another crime to go back in, because that is the field that they know. We know that in Britain, in the prison service, we have a lot of ex-soldiers, because they're in the army for 10 years, 15 years, and they get very, very used to that way of life, which is protected from the world all around, which is isolated. And then they are discharged from the army and they have to take up a place in civilian life. And it's very, very difficult. And so if they go into prison where there's rules and regulations and they have to do things, there's a kind of settling. So we can observe life. So we have to observe. My enemy is not anyone out there. My enemy is my habit formation and my belief and trust and faith that these habit formations are the truth about myself. It is as if they are the essence and substance of who I am. So when we start to look at our mind and we see that these building blocks of me are dissolving, self-dissolving, self-liberating, what am I going to cling to? And then you can make yourself more stupid and try to cling to something. So this is very powerful. Just before we break for lunch, there's a story that many of you may know. It's in the Gampopa tells it in the Jewel Ornament of Liberation, about a warrior chief, could say a general, killed many, many men in East Tibet, was known as a fierce warrior. And one day he thought, oh, but my mother, when I was small, she taught me about the Dharma and Tara. And in my life, I've been killing people. This is a terrible thing to do. So he said, I renounce being a soldier. And he went and got some instruction and went into a mountain hermitage and lived in a cave doing his practice every day for many, many years. And his mind became very calm. And he did his practice, and it involved making offerings every day. So after the practice, he would take his some of the offerings and put them outside and share them with the wild animals. One day, he's doing his practice, scatters the food, many, many birds arrive. And a thought comes in his mind, oh, if I had as many soldiers as there are birds, I could go down into the valley and defeat all my enemies. So he got up from his hermitage, went down to the valley, got his horse and his sword, and became a general and killed many more people. We are suckers. We are easily taken in. We are easily seduced by what we know. I know what I like, and I like what I know. This is the iron band wrapped around our head that keeps us stupid and small. So the practice of meditation is to endlessly release and relax, relax and release, and allow it to come as it comes. And how it comes will not be what the ego likes. And if you can stay open, the ego's centrality will start to dissolve. And then we see that what we call our ego self is just a vibratory mode of the creative energy of the ground. So now we have a lunch, a break till 2:30. So as we're sitting, many different forms of experience are arising and passing. But some forms of experience seem to be reiterative. They seem to repeat themselves and insist. And in this insistence, they create the illusion of continuity. For example, you might have a particular kind of sensation that comes in your body, and it seems to always be there. Always be there is an interpretation on the basis of what has been appearing. We concretize that sense through taking up the narrative. It's always like this for me. So there is the seeming continuity on the object side, and there is the seeming repetition of the identification for the subject side. And these two together create a solidity. Which is why often if we're doing this kind of practice, and we start to look for the mind that seems to be the source, our own mind, the source of our thoughts and experiences, we look at it in terms of, does it come from someplace? Does it remain someplace? And does it go anywhere? And does it have any shape and color? And does it have any size? Is it big or small? And this includes, of course, is it inside my body? Is it outside my body? That is to say, do the familiar ways in which I identify the objects of the world allow me to make any real contact with my mind? So if we meet people here, we might ask, oh, where do you come from? They tell us some place, some country or whatever. Have you been in London long? So do you stay? What is that staying? What part of London are you in? Do you like it? So we're getting a shape. We're trying to get some formation of that person's experience of being here. And that allows us to feel that we have some knowledge about that person. So in the same way, we imagine, oh, my mind is inside me. Because we've maybe read some book about neuroscience or whatever. Well, my sense of being here is a qualia, it's a subjective experience generated by the movement of my brain. That's a story you tell yourself. You might believe your brain is telling you the story. You can believe whatever you like. Okay, I believe my brain is generating the sense that I am here. Oh, I believe that my brain is generating the sense that I'm here. Beliefs don't last very long. You express the belief, you express the thought, and then it's gone. So you have to do it again, and you have to do it again. And if you do it often enough, frequently enough, it creates the illusion that it's there. Traditional example for this is if on a dark night you're outside with a fire and you take a stick and you turn it around your head, you see a ring of fire. There is no ring of fire, but you see the illusion of the ring of fire. In the same way, in the old days in the cinema, the film arrives as a set of frames and it's slotted into the projector, which turns at the speed that runs each frame at just enough speed to seduce our mind into the notion of a continuous stream. There is no continuous film, but we believe in that continuous film because of the rapidity of the seductive device. In the same way, when you have a repetition compulsion in your mind, it is as if every time I meditate, I get this feeling in my head, and that's me. That's always there. That's the basis of me. Anything can be made into the identification of the basis of yourself. So we try the meditation again, just sitting relaxed and open. And as we're sitting there, very gently take these questions up, allow them to hover in the air. We're not doing a forensic examination. We're not interviewing a suspect in a police cell. We're allowing the question to tease out the specificity, the particularity of how it is to be me at this moment. So we're here, experiences arising. The experiencer of what's arising we call the mind. What is this mind? Does it have a shape and color? Does it have identifiable characteristics? Is it big, small? Does it come from someplace? Has it come into being? Is it that it was not there before and now it's here? A thought was not there before and now the thought is here, now the thought is going. So is my mind the same as a thought? Or is the mind different? This is your mind. You can look at your mind. You don't need to read a book about it. Every day you have your own laboratory with you from the moment you wake up till you die, till you fall asleep. So this is me. How am I? So now when my mind seems to be here, where is it? Our body is always someplace. We're in this room, it's for a while, then we get up and we go to the toilet, and we go outside for fresh air, and at the end of the day we go home. So we're walking in the street, we're sitting in the train, we're opening our front door, we're sitting in a chair. We're always somewhere. Locatedness is part of the body. The body is in a field of appearance, and we're looking to the right or the left. This is what manifestation in a physical way does. It has temporality and location. I'm here at this time in the afternoon. I was here in the morning, but in the middle of the day, I went out looking for a place to eat. So at each moment in time, I am located in particular places, and the body's doing some form of shaping and manifestation. This we know about. So the central question is our mind like everything else? Does it fit into the categories of identification that we can apply to grapefruits or the price of pig futures on the Chicago market? Everything nowadays in capitalism can be commodified. Everything in the world is for sale. You can go to a cheap country and buy somebody's kidneys for a transplant. Everything is up for grabs. So thingness is very pervasive. My toes are things. My teeth are things. I trim my toenails, but I brush my teeth. If I brushed my toenails and trimmed my teeth, I would get carried away. So there are particular forms of manifestation which go with the particularities of manifestation. We know this is our efficacy of operating in the world. The question is the mind something which fits into the same categories of identification? So we do the practice again now. We're just sitting for a while and very gently allow these questions to be there like a soft light illuminating, oh, what is the case? Okay. So as I said before, it's useful to do this kind of meditation or non-meditation for a short period of time, 5 minutes, then take a break, then do it again, because we don't want to get into effortful striving. We're not trying to make something happen. And the difficulty that arises with these questions is that, of course, we have many pre-formulated answers. We have ways of filling the space. And so we tell ourselves a story that we've learned before, practiced before, about how our mind is. And if you tell the mind what it is, the mind won't be able to show itself. So it's a question of sitting. In some ways, it's very similar to the notion of negative capability that was developed by the Romantic poets and made quite well known by Keats. Negative capability is the ability to be present without rapid formulation, so that there is an allowing of the emergence of what may or may not emerge. So in a sense, it's to be the non-active midwife of the potential of an emergence. So it would be like on a windy day when there are clouds in the sky, lying on a hillside and watching as the wind blows the clouds. You can't get the clouds to go away, but if you just wait, sooner or later there's some break in the clouds and then the sky becomes visible. So you have to be available, but available not in a ready for action, not a rapidly mobilized way, but in a passive receptive way which doesn't vanish into itself. So neither collapsing into self-sealing nor over-aroused, just patiently waiting, open, seeing what happens. But our tendency, as we looked before, to be the agent, the one who does things, the one who makes things happen, that feeds into the tendency to fill the space with our own imaginings, conjurations, identifications, and so on. So at the root of this is trust, which is why we read these words of Garab Dorji. Garab Dorji says, the mind is like this. It will be revealed. It's pure from the very beginning. In the later teachings, it's elaborated that the mind is naked. It's not covered by anything. It's always fresh because it's showing itself moment by moment. But it doesn't show itself as something which it is. It shows itself as something which it is not, and yet it's inseparable from it, just as the mirror is showing the reflection which it isn't, and yet which it is. You can't say that the reflection isn't the mirror, and you can't say that it is the mirror. So the contents of the mind are the mind, and yet they're not the mind, because they don't define the mind. So this is the movement that we're concerned with. Learning to wait. Learning to be patient. We have been busy for a very long time, and according to the teachings, this busyness is the cause of karma. Karma arises firstly from forgetfulness of the ground, secondly, subject-object intentionality, thirdly, enactment of the intention, and fourthly, being satisfied with the result of the action. That is to say, karma is the mobilization of the self towards a particular function. So when you're sitting in the practice, we want to be non-mobilizing. Why would we mobilize? We just have a chance to sit and relax, not do anything. But we find ourselves becoming busy. So as we looked earlier, that one of the functions of the busyness is to give the ego a function, a role. The ego arises as the activity which generates content for the empty mind. And because the mind is empty and the emptiness can't be seen, but the content can be seen, we're tilted to believe the delusion that the content of the mind is the mind. And that's how we get pissed off with someone and hit them, or we fall in love with the secretary and run off. Or all kind of weird shit happens to people because an idea takes them and blows them away. We are just like balloons in the wind. Mr. Trump is our great hero. He's completely self-confident in his balloonness. Any wind can blow him this way or that. And of course, he's good at blowing other people's balloons. The great windbag. And we can see that. We also see it in ourselves. We are volatile. We want to be stable, but we are volatile. Carried this way and that. Impressions. No need to do anything. So, I say a little bit about the origin of the world. And in this, you won't hear anything about Big Bangs or Charles Darwin. So, Samantabhadra has made clear that there is a ground for everything that arises. It's the same ground for everything, but you can't say that it's one or many because it's not a thing. It's what we've been moving in the direction of in all that we've looked at so far. This ground or basis or source, it says, has 5 particular qualities to it. And if we understand these 5 qualities, if they make sense and we see that we partake of these qualities, then meditation becomes much easier. So the first quality of the ground is that it is uncompounded, dumache. Means it's not a creation. It's not a product of bringing causal factors together. It's not done by activity. The ground just is. And the second quality points to something quite similar. It says it's self-arising, rangjung. It's not arising due to a cause. It's there. Not made by anyone. And that's why in the Tibetan text you often see these words translated as primordial, from the very beginning. Because it's from the beginningless beginning. There never has been a beginning for the ground or the source, because as the Buddha Shakyamuni said in his later teachings, all compounded things are impermanent. Whatever is put together will crumble. Now here in East London, you can see there's a lot of building development going on. And houses that were there for many years are being knocked down and new flats are being put up. And even with buildings which are allowed to remain, they're transformed in their function. People buy over little old stores and make them little boutiques now to try to make some money. So there's a constant work of reformation and reformation. And this is the fate of all compounded things. We find that our bodies are aging, things that we liked to do when we were younger, we no longer like to do, and some new activity takes our fancy. So we come into manifestation through the interaction of the causal matrix. And every aspect of our life, we can point to a cause. You can find out the history of your house, you can find out how the occupation that you are engaged in had a beginning. You look up the history of the Royal Society of Engineers or whatever and see, oh, this is how modern mechanical engineering began. You can look up your family history and you can get people who track you back 20 generations. So in that way we find origins and then sequences of causation. But the ground has no origin in that sense. It is there from the very beginning. It is the origin of everything, but it has no origin. And it's not an object, it's not something you can catch. The third quality is that it is all-pervading. Dzogchen. So, Zhongye means that you cannot find any limit to it. And that, of course, means it doesn't stand in relation to anything else. France has borders with Belgium and Germany and Spain and Italy and Switzerland. So a lot of borders because it's juxtaposing these other countries. One domain in Europe is denominated to be France, and then these other terrains are given borders and names, and there we see this bit is France and this bit is Germany, or this bit was Germany between the first and up to the First World War, then it became changed and Hitler took it and so on. So European boundaries are moving all the time. The expansion and contraction of the Ukraine, for example. Polish borders redesigned in the conference in Yalta and so on. Shapes expand and contract, but the ground itself is not a shape. It has no boundaries. It doesn't grow and it doesn't diminish. It's just there. The fourth quality is that it's inexpressible. It cannot be put into language. There's nothing that you can say about it. So although I'm saying lots of things about it, none of these things touch it. Now, why is this? Now, go back to the example of the mirror. You look in the mirror, there's your reflection. You're there, you see your face. I'm in the mirror. This is me. Someone comes up and bumps you aside. Hey, I have to clean my teeth too. Move away. So now they're in your mirror. How dare they? How did they get in there? And you've gone out of your own mirror. I was there. You don't leave any trace in the mirror. This is inexpressible. The reflection is in the mirror. Although we say something about the reflection, we might look at our eyes and think, oh, I don't look too well. We're talking about a reflection. We're not seeing our own eye. We can't see our own face directly. The reflection is ungraspable. Whatever you say about the mind is not true, because the mind is not a thing, it's not an object, but it's the source of manifestation. We're not talking about some metaphysical entity, God the creator, some kind of primordial principle. We're talking about the living actuality of our own existence moment by moment. Then the fifth quality is that it cannot be captured or has no contact with or is ungraspable by any of the names of samsara and nirvana. You can't say that this source is only the source of nirvana or only the source of samsara. You can't say it's in samsara or in nirvana. Words don't catch it. Just as the reflection is in the mirror, so intimate inside the mirror, and yet when you look away, the reflection vanishes. It doesn't leave a trace. So this is the same. Whatever you would say is about something which is vanishing. We talk about manifestations, not the ground of manifestation. The manifestation is inseparable from the ground. Now, it would be very easy if you have two things. You can say, well, this is an apple, this is a pear. Look at the pear, smell the pear, now smell the apple. They don't smell the same, they're not the same. The shape is different, the color is different. Compare and contrast. But the ground cannot be brought into relativity. It's not something you hold in one hand and you have manifestation in the other. The ground is inseparable from the manifestation. This is where our little dualistic mind starts to collapse. It doesn't make any sense. We can't think it. We can't apprehend it. But as I was suggesting earlier, it's just like a massage. Allow these funny words to loosen you up. If you struggle to understand it, you get a headache. Just now, oh, imagine this is you're just in a beautiful island, someplace in the Caribbean, and the little waterfall is descending, and you're in a television advert for shampoo washing down over you all the time. It's like that, Dharma bath. Very refreshing. That is to say, all of these five qualities means your arsenal, your toolkit has no purchase on this domain. We have to let go of what we know. That's the negative capability. Don't mobilize from the position of your knowledge bank, from your arena of competence. Otherwise, you just generate more of the same. If you want to have the fresh, the naked, the primordially pure, you have to relax into openness, which is always available. So, this ground is always there. Awareness of the ground is called Rigpa. And when the ground is present in our awareness, not as a thing, not as an object that we see, but is itself the very vitality of the clarity of our awareness, this is the luminosity of appearance, then everything is here in this room now. So the emptiness of the mind, the primordial purity, the kata, is inseparable from the Hlundrup emergence. However, as the text say, in the manner of a magical formation. Delusion starts to manifest. It's not done by anyone. It's not created for any purpose. It is the very generosity and openness of the mind which allows non-awareness to arise. Non-awareness, or ignoring a dynamic activity, ignoring the space of emptiness, is present with the emptiness. So, repeating now, this is the first domain of ignorance, which is coemergent ignorance. The open ground is there, and in it there arises what seems to cover it or fill it. Just as on a clear day, suddenly you see some white movement of clouds, and then the cloud arrives more and more, and suddenly the sky is obscured. The sky is obscured for you because you're positioned in relation to the cloud. If you go to the airport and go up in a plane, you go through the clouds, you say, the sky's clear. Nice. Underneath the cloud, whoa. So what's happening is with this emergence, you have the beginning of temporality and location. And the text describe how these little wisps of cloud formation, tiny little tendrils moving out, gradually thicken and thicken until there is an opacity, an impenetrability, or we see but through a glass darkly. We cannot see the thing itself as it is. But the mind doesn't stop working. The mind fills the gap. What does it fill it with? Fake news. We start producing our little storyline about what is going on. This is the power of the imagination. And the imagination is at first a very subtle movement of energy in the formation of thoughts, then feelings and sensations. And the more these produce, the more they thicken and thicken until there appears to be an inside and an outside, a self and other. And then we have that second level of ignorance, the ignorance of identification, kuntutakpi marikpa, the ignoring of the ground which leads to the possibility of defining illusory appearance as if it was self-existing. So we say, this is a tree, this is a cow, this is a motor car. Your mum points these things out to you, and you get used to saying car, cow. And then when you see it, you say cow. And your mum says, yeah, that's a cow. So you learn that the identification is correct. You are rewarded for making the correct identification. And at first, especially for people who live in the city, we never see a cow. Your mum opens a book and there's a drawing of a cow and your mum says cow. So now you think this is a cow. This is a representation. This is a reflection in the mirror. There is no cowness in the drawing. No milk is available. But now you know, we call this a cow. And because we call it a cow, it is as if it is a cow. And you repeat that 3 times and it is a cow. So now you know this is a cow. This is a man, this is a woman, this is a dog. And the more you do this, the more competent you become, the more you can have conversation with other people. So we move these things around. This is the conceptual mode of Bitcoins. Illusory pseudo-currencies become very popular. They have no guarantor, they're not established against any kind of collateral. They are just fictive, imaginal structures. And they operate because people believe in them. They are belief worlds. So when you say cow, and the little child says cow, you're inviting them into the world of the imagination. And because the child can now believe that what it imagines is referring to something really existing, they have gone from illusion to delusion. So your whole school education becomes a process of becoming functionally as a human being more intelligent, and ontologically, in terms of the nature of being, more stupid. So the greater the push of epistemology, of being able to name and create patterns of knowledge, the further and further you stray from the portal to being itself. And this then ripens as the manifestation of diversified energy, diversified potential, which comes out as the 6 realms or the 6 lokas. And these are really theater stages. They are scenes of disclosure in which we make sense of the world as it is. So depending on the place you grow up in, you can grow up in with a sense of entitlement or non-entitlement. If you're a woman growing up in Western Europe, generally speaking, you get quite a lot of freedom and support in education and so on. If you're a woman born in a village in Afghanistan, you wouldn't get that. If you're a child growing up in Britain, you can go and play football after school if there's a safe field nearby. In many places in Africa, you play football, someone comes out of the jungle and grabs you, and now you're a child soldier. And if you're a girl, you're having to fuck the soldiers. And if you're a boy, you get a machete, and then you get a gun, and you get into killing people. And this becomes your world. This is what happens for you. You know, at the end of the Second World War, Hitler was already moving into the bunker in Berlin. They were still recruiting Hitler Youth. And these boys of 12 with their wooden guns were going to resist the Russians because they believed, and they believed in the importance of it. And they had these ludicrous fascist parents who were pumping this distorted vision into the child's minds, and they were ready to go for it. So this is where we see the emptiness of the potential of the mind, that the potential of the mind is evoked according to circumstances. There is no natural entitlement for women to have their vote. People are always talking about rights and human rights, and this ludicrous neo-legalistic language that we talk. There are no rights at all, because if the government shifts and you get a more fascistic, right-wing dominating government, women's rights can shrink back again. I mean, imagine you're in this new age of onwards, ever upwards, but there's not much evidence for that in the world. People have rights, and then their rights are withdrawn. The rights of workers. In many countries now, there's huge pressure of deunionization. That's one of the things Trump is pushing in America. And if you can't unionize, if you don't have solidarity of the workers, you're in a very poor bargaining position. And if wages are going down, it's very hard. It's very hard. So we are at the mercy of circumstances. So when we talk about a karmic vision and that we're born in a human body, that doesn't really tell us very much, because you have the particularity of your body in your time, with the quality of education, the dynamics in the family, and so on, and you get your particular take on the world. And that take is not really shared by anyone else. That's why it's karmic, because karma is like the echo chamber of previous activity. And so things make sense to us that don't make sense to other people. In my school in Scotland, we had separate playgrounds in the primary school for boys and girls. So in the boys' playground, 80% of the boys are playing football. I never liked football. So I had my little car, and I would go up and down on the shelf outside one of the windows. And 2 or 3 other little strange boys are doing their cars. We look at all these other boys playing football. Why would you do that? Why would you kick a ball? But they're looking at us. Why would you go like that with a little car? Oh, it's good. I like it. Do you want to hear about my cars? No, I'm playing football. And that's what you see as a child. You see this differentiation, this bifurcation, where we start to experience our luck, our lot in this life, that we have proclivities, tendencies, that the world is not flat and open, but is already contoured or revealed to us as the contouring of the projection of our own interests. Does that make sense? You maybe have that echo from your childhood, that the strangeness of finding that you are you. And you might have a friend, and then at a certain point they develop another interest and they want to do something. Saying, well, why would you do that? And you try it a few times, but it's not for you. Maybe they want to go to dance classes, but you don't want to go to dance classes. Or they want to go swimming every day. Or they want to learn to do speed riding on a bicycle. And gradually your paths separate. You like them, but it's difficult to hang out with them because they're energetic constellations taking on a patterning that gives you less and less purchase. You can't quite work out how to be with them because they're manifesting something increasingly other. And there's a lot of sadness. Often when we look back, we find that in our life. We don't find harmonic resonance with people who we used to. So this is what is meant by the 6 realms of samsara, is that we have the unfolding of trajectories of experience, which on a formal level have some similarity with other people, but we can never be quite sure. So if we have a chocolate cake and you have a slice and I have a slice, and I say, this tastes good, and you say, yeah, this is really good, I don't know what taste is in your mouth. You don't know what taste is in my mouth. Language creates the illusion that we are having the same experience, but we don't know about the nerve endings in our mouths. There are some people who become tea testers and coffee testers and wine testers, and these people develop their palate a great deal. They already have a lot of potential, but they develop it with training, and they can go in a series, taking up little cups of cold tea, slurping it around, spitting it out, and they know how they might blend that kind of tea leaf. Same with coffee testers. A lot of people can do that kind of work, and that's amazing. Or these great vintners who take wine from different vineyards and they make a blend. And if you have a well-known cheapish brand of wine, you want to be bringing continuously in the same flavor. Same with blended whiskies in Scotland. These are brought together by people who can feel the tonal quality of the grain whiskies and the malt whiskies that are going into the mix, and they can guarantee an outcome that will be pretty resembling across the years. But most of us don't have that. Most of us have our particularity that highlights certain tones and not others. Some people like sweet things, other people like savory things. There's quite a big difference in human beings. So I live in this particularized existence in which some of the world is very meaningful to me and a lot of the world has no meaning to me. And you can find this very easily if you go to a big railway station like King's Cross or Victoria. You go into the shop, W.H. Smith or something that's selling newspapers and magazines. And you go along the shelf of the magazines. And you have magazines on yachting, big yachts, small yachts, dinghies. You have fishing magazines for carp, for trout, for salmon, how to make your own fly hooks and so on dogs, specialist dogs, on keeping your Labrador. So many magazines. Why would anyone read them? Why would anyone read them? Because they like them. Because it's meaningful to them. Capitalists don't produce things they can't sell. That would be stupid. Someone buys these magazines. Somebody has a mind that says Carp Fishing Monthly is the one thing they really want. You know, if you love your dad, buy him an annual subscription. Carp. Beautiful. If you're Polish, you have it at Christmas. It's a muddy fish, but some people like it. But you can get really enthusiastic about these things, but not everyone. That is the great advantage of being in a modern city. Consumerist capitalism shows you how weird you are. But luckily, it also shows you how weird everyone else is. Because they're buying things you would never buy. You never have them in your house. But people are buying them. Why? Because they're them. Because they have that perception. Because they construe themselves and construe the world. They come together. They constellate in this particular patterning in relation to all the other options. They're blind to the things we like, and we're blind to the things they like. This is the unique specificity of the unfolding moment of presence. So this is a very important thing, because what again it's pointing to is even in the midst of samsara, where we're caught up in confusion and can't see, our world is irredeemably relational. I choose this magazine because I relate to it and it speaks to me. I buy these kind of clothes because they seem okay to me. I wouldn't wear that, but I will wear this. That's a relationship. And you can't relate to everything. So this is the quality of samsara, that there is a directedness and a limitation and a configural tendency in our relatedness. So when we meet together in a place like this, some people have met before, some people have not. Even if you're meeting for the first time, it's instantly obvious that you click with some people more than with others. It's just easier to talk to one person than it is to talk to another. It's just like that. It doesn't mean that the person you like to talk to is a better person than somebody you can't talk to. It's the quality of the energetic configuration. When you meet some people, doors open and you smile and and you're there with them. And with other people, it's thinking, difficult. After 3 sentences, you say, see you later. Because there's nothing to do. It's not a final judgment on their value as a human being, but it just shows that this world is a shimmering interface of energetic potential. That is, in another language, to say it's relational. Subject and object moving together, that we are not a person apart, but we are called into the showing or the manifesting of who we are by the features of the environment. You can learn to put up with certain things. It's quite difficult to learn to like something if you don't have a embedded harmonization with it. So, samsara is the thickening of the energy which is arising till it formulates itself into this concretized notion of a world out there and a subject in here. Where does this energy come from? It is the energy of the ground filtered through an ever-widening, deepening bandwidth of karmic accumulation, of beliefs, of hypotheses, and so on. We live in a world where, in our countries anyway, we don't torture people to death. We don't even hang people anymore. You might get life imprisonment, but you might be let out after 20 years. But we do have people who are lying in bed, paralyzed, unable to act on their own body, who say, I want to die, help me to die. And the doctor says, no, I'm going to keep you alive. And the person says, no, I want to die. No, we have to keep you alive. If I wasn't in this fucking bed, I'll get up and bite your cock off. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? Just because I'm paraplegic, you can piss in my mouth. You bastard. I'm giving voice to those who can't speak. But this is a state of play. The state has total control over these situations. So we don't do explicit nastinesses to people, but we also deny quite a lot of things. And this is a cultural formation. Different cultures at different time construe it in different ways. And so we normalize the bizarre because it's our bizarre. It's our current zeitgeist. It's the formulation of our world. So these are the key points. The relative truth. There is no deep intrinsic truth in any of our social formations. They manifest due to causes and conditions. And the more we can see that this is dynamic, then we're able to understand these pattern formations. So when we sit and do the practice, what we experience is the arising of pattern formation, sensation, thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on. So if we hold in mind that account I was just giving you, see, oh, these formations seem to have a density because they have been intensified again and again and again. I remember in Kathmandu, going out of the main square, on the right-hand side there was an old statue of Ganesh, and everyone who went by would rub their hand down his trunk, so it was really shining. And when you see the statue, you think, oh, this is really something, because millions of hands have polished this deity, wanting to get the blessing of being able to make a bit of money today. So it becomes, as it were, redolent with the projections. When people go on pilgrimage to a familiar place, it's a hill like any other hill, but it's a special hill. And even before you go there, you hear stories about it. But somehow the hill or the lake or the shrine, the healing well, seems to be redolent, seems to be enriched with some power of its own. It seems to have a difference. So this is what happens with many of the thought formations that we experience. Because we have been running them for a long time, they have a experiential thickness or density or power, and so they catch us because they seem to be true. It seems to be meaningful. And then it's another kind of thing. If you look in Time Out or something like that, you want to go to the movies and you just see the adverts and read it, but think, oh God, why would I do it? Lots of people are going to see the movie you would never go to. You can't enter that movie because it's not your cup of tea. It's not in your habit formation repertoire. So when you're sitting in meditation, the thoughts that catch us are the ones which are deep in familiarity, that it would seem as almost to act against who we are, not to be involved in that thought, because entertaining such a thought seems to be part and parcel of who we are. So when we sit, it's just being aware, oh, there are many hooks seeming to come from the thought or the memory. They seem to be calling us, like the sirens on the rock, come to me, come to me. And the only protection we have is to smooth our surface. 1/2 of Velcro can't do anything. You need 2 bits of Velcro to lock on. So when our mind is smooth, it doesn't matter what sort of thought formation is arising. It loses its power. We make the thought powerful by giving into it, by going with it, because it takes our power. We empower the thought. The thought has no power. Because if the objects of the world had power, each of us would be subscribing to the magazine for how to make your own rowing boat, carp fishing monthly. You would have 100 magazines delivered to your house every month. You say, no, nothing to do with me. But for the person who gets to the newsagent, ready to go on the train, they've already got their coffee, carp fishing. Oh, we're sold out. I've got 3 hours on the train. Where's my carp fishing? got the coffee's got to get me going. I need the book. Give me the book. Wouldn't something else do, sir? Fuck. Carp fishing. I'm a fisherman. You see, this is how it works. What gets you doesn't get other people. And only you can release what gets you. But the process of releasing what gets you softens your sense of being an individual self. Now, in terms of ego maintenance, that's not a good policy. However, generally speaking, in Buddhism, we're balancing these two factors of wisdom and compassion. Wisdom is to awaken to the openness of the mind, and compassion is to be available in the co-emergent field to work for the benefit of others. And we can only work for the benefit of others if we can relate to other people, even carp fishermen. Mysterious as it is, these are minds at play, and that's what they come up with. So how do we bend towards the other? That's difficult if we're sclerotic, if we've become rigid in our own self-definition. So the development of compassion paradoxically arises with the softening of the sense of self. The less self, the more compassion, because then you can transcend limits. You have to be self-forgetful. So this is what we do in the practice. We do a little bit more practice now. Namkai Nobu Rinpoche is a great teacher, and he said many things, explained many things. But three things I think are very important that he says. The first is to work with your own capacity. If you're not aware of your own capacity, of the particular structuring of your existence at this moment, then you're acting from some abstract concept of who you are, rather than with the living vitality of your existence. And our existence is influenced by the seasons, the phases of the moon, the menstrual cycle, pressures at work, political issues, financial issues, many things influence our availability and the constellation of ourselves. So the first thing is always to be honest about our situation and not to pretend to be other than we are. And the second thing is to work with circumstances, to pay attention to how the world is manifesting around you. That when you go into work, the colleagues have had their own kind of weekend, they come with their own concerns. And so we have to relate to people in the particular shape they're in. We can't demand that they become the kind of person that we want them to be. So this means real attention to the phenomenology of the self, real attention to the phenomenology of the field. So that might look like a kind of positioning or a shapening. And the third thing he says is without limitation. So how can you attend to the details without limitation? It's because the mind dissolves into awareness. There is just a lucid field of arising within which arise these shapes. If you over-identify with the self-formation, it is as if this is the definition of me. So at the moment, my capacity is like this, but this is not a final conclusion about who I am. It's a temporary patterning of energy formation. So not to limit yourself means not to come to a conclusion about yourself. It's often explained in the text that our situation is unborn and unceasing. The mind itself, the ground of everything, all phenomena are unborn. That is to say, they have never come into existence as real entities that are self-defined. but they're also unceasing because they're in ceaseless interaction and reformulation. And so this reformulation, this endless permutation of the potential patternings of the world, in not coming to a conclusion, means that any conclusion you draw is always situational and contingent and never final. So whether it's with other people and you decide I like them or I don't like them, careful. The wind will change. As the Buddha says, friends become enemies, enemies become friends. Conclusions are not a good idea. What we have is hypotheses which can generate further or diminish according to circumstances. If you are theory-led, then you're likely to have a bumpy ride in the world. You know, this formulation that Jean-Paul Sartre writes about, whether we say that existence precedes experience or experience precedes existence. That is to say, if you start with a notion of existence, I am like this, and because I'm like this, this is how it's going to be, you deny the infinite matrix that you live in which so many causal factors are operating, you can't define it. Actually, from the existential point of view, experience precedes existence. Existence, as is to say, some definition or conclusion about how things are, is always situational and always transient. Always transient. Britain joining the common market, Britain leaving the common market. All of these definitions arise due to causes and circumstances and are true for the period of time that the factors of maintenance are operating. So again and again, we take shapes, but these are communicative shapes, not final shapes. And so if my shaping is communicative, what am I trying to communicate? You can destroy families by being committed to the truth. Generally speaking, there are many things you shouldn't say. You might want to say them, but if you say them, it will be too hurtful to other people, and you can cause a lot of trouble. So what is my function in being alive? It's to be in community, in sangha, in connectivity. Connection is vital. Without connection, we're all going to die. If we turn our back on other people, say, let me tell you about you, then there's a big, big trouble. If we know who other people are, we take up a position. All Palestinians are terrorists. Wow. Mr. Netanyahu feels that he is able to say that. And nobody says you're an asshole. Huh? This is so outrageous that you can destroy a people and feel that you're justified in doing it because you brand them as terrorists. But we know we've done this for a long period of time. Like it says in the great movie Casablanca, round up the usual suspects. Why carry out a lengthy investigation of whom I don't know? Well, sounds like time for tea. Okay, so at the end, yesterday we did this Guru Yoga with the 3R, so we can begin with this. For the people who weren't here, I just introduce this briefly. As I was saying, there are different levels of elaboration in meditation practices. Some have a great deal of visualization, a lot of different chanting and mantras and so on. And some are completely unelaborated. So mainly we do the completely unelaborated because it relates directly to stillness or to the openness of the mind or infinite awareness. As you increase the elaboration and you do more things like making a sound or visualizing something, you're immediately working with energy. And energy formations can become very, very complicated. So what we've been looking at already is the relationship between the unborn, open nature of the mind, the ungraspable nature of our mind, and whatever is arising in the mind. What feels like me and what feels like the environment that I live in. On the level of manifestation, this is a process of unfolding, which is always changing because it's so interactive. And this is what most meditation is following. So in most meditations, you have something to do. Even if you put your hands together and you say a refuge prayer, then you establish me in connection to the object of refuge. And you can have a refuge tree with a lot of visualization or something very simple. But it's working with duality and with the movement of energy. So as soon as you visualize a letter R and make the sound of R, you are in duality, but you're using the dualistic form to dissolve the structure of duality, to rest in openness, so that when the movement or the manifestation occurs again, you see that it is inseparable from the ground openness. Because our problem is that we separate what is appearing from its lack of inherent self-nature or its emptiness, the no-thingness of everything. Because as we've looked in various ways, whatever is arising in connectivity with other things. When we look around in the world, we don't find any self-existing phenomena at all. So the whole direction of Buddhist practice is to dissolve the delusion of forms which seem to have their own integrity of self-identification. And inside that way of thinking, we have a notion of an essence and a substance. So this is a watch in my hand. When we look at the watch, it seems to be something which just is. But of course, it has a history and it has lots of things moving inside it which allow it to have that function. The watch manifests as the collaboration of moving parts. So when we say watch, it gives us a sense here is something, but the somethingness of it is dynamic and unfolding. And the more we start to look, we see everything is unfolding. Every day of our life, every hour of our life has a forward movement. We are on a trajectory through time. We also have the ground of that we looked at in some detail yesterday. And this ground is unborn. That is to say, it has no shape or color. It doesn't have any identifiable characteristics. So the openness and the movement are inseparable. So meditation practices that involve movement are useful as long as you always bring the movement back into the ground. Because what captures us and keeps us in this entrainment into life after life, moving through the different realms of samsara, is that we take the world as very solid and real. And so we build up this cumulative sense of the density and the solidity of the things around us. So when we do the meditation and we have a simple visualization and the recitation of sound, we're experiencing something that wasn't there, is now here, and is now not here. So we're using the transience, the impermanence of formation to help us be more aware that this is happening all the time. In your journey to get here today, you have many, many different experiences. Whether you go in a car or a bus or a train, then you're walking, then it's raining. When you come out and you feel the rain, you sort of become a little turtle, pull your head into your shell, try to avoid the rain. So in that way, we are always in reactivity. We're forming ourselves in the environment. But because this flow of experience seems to be continuous, seems to be ceaseless, the continuity creates a kind of illusion that there are permanent things which are there. So there are many functions to this kind of practice, but what we're wanting to do is to give ourselves fully one-pointed attention into the dimension of the meditation, and then to let it dissolve. And when it dissolves, then there is a field of movement. Things may appear to be static, but that is because your conceptualization is holding them tightly. The more you relax reliance on conceptualization, you start to see the potential of the situation. Because when you identify, oh, I'm sitting here and I can see the wall in front of me and there's a blown up photograph on the wall. What I see is color. What I see is shape. So where I'm looking, I can see a rock face and there's water coming down it and there's a little meditation cell. That's the content of that photograph. And I see it as out there. But where is the rock? I identify that is an image of a rock. What I see is color, and I organize the visual field according to my disposition, according to the function of my eyes, to the function of being a human being and having particular dispositions. And therefore I take it that there is a photograph there and its content is what I say it is. Its content is what I say it is. So I am telling the photograph what it is. If a dog came into the room and looked at it, it wouldn't see a yogi's retreat hermitage on a cliff face. If a fly comes into the room, it doesn't see that. A bird wouldn't see it. A snake wouldn't see it. But we think that human beings know the truth about the world. What we have is the fantasy of the world as revealed through the structure of our perceptual organs. So decentering human beings from this ludicrous mastery that we claim over the earth would be a good idea. If we could try to be more curious about how frogs see the world, and indeed if we could act as if we were frogs, it would be very helpful. And that indeed is a major Dzogchen preliminary practice, to enact the possibilities of embodiment that we find all around us, and to see that the human set of choices and interpretations is something quite conventional. How we are here today is in a very relaxed form. If this was a church in Scotland where I grew up, then we would have to dress more formally because it would be seen as disrespectful to engage in any kind of spiritual work unless you looked very, very smart. So all the men would have their best suit for the church and they would wear it to church for 6 months and then they would wear it to work, and as it got more shabby they would have it for relaxation. But the church would be best. We don't have that now because the culture changes. So cultural formations we can understand are variable and arise and pass according to circumstances. Perceptual identification also arises, because if this was the time of the Red Guards in China and somebody showed a photograph with this retreat place, then we think, oh, we have to go there and destroy that as well, because any form of Buddhist Dharma is an insult to the thought of Mao Zedong. So that was a cultural formation which was directly massaging into the perceptual identification. So what we might think is good, other people think is bad. So separating out perception from conception, seeing how things are and interpreting how they are, is a very important thing to do. But because it happens so quickly, you can't really think your way out of it. So that's the function of meditation using energy. So we sit in a comfortable way. with our skeleton carrying our weight, so we can relax. Have the diaphragm nice and loose. And in the space in front of us, not projected onto the far wall, but we're hovering in space as if it was a kind of balloon. We see a white letter R. You can imagine that in the Tibetan form or just as a capital A. As we looked yesterday, this R is the most basic sound, and it represents the potential of emptiness, that there's nothing at all. If you just say ah, and babies are allowed to say that, but if you're an adult and you go into a shop and you say ah, they ask you to leave. So the potential is on the cusp between being nothing at all and being everything. So ah can form into mama, papa, ka, and then all the variations of the vowels and consonants. And so our field of language emerges out from that. So imagine this letter R, and around it we have light, which is blue, red, white, yellow, and green. And this represents the manifestation of the 5 elements, the 5 wisdom qualities of the Buddha, the 5 limitations that can arise from not recognizing our own ground. So this is the potential of all the visions that we see is condensed in this form. And we just allow ourselves to rest with this idea, and then together we make this sound of ah. And as we say ah, we release the tensions that have come from building up pictures. It's as if we're dissolving all the constructs of our concepts and ideas back into the basic sound. And then the basic sound goes into silence, and we're just sitting. Then whatever arises, arises. Whatever vanishes, vanishes. Without trying to interfere with our experience, we just sit with it. And at first you might be thinking, well, I'm just here and I don't know what's going on, and I'm just me having all these funny thoughts and feelings. What is this? That experience arises because you're merging into your thoughts, and you're using your thoughts as the guarantor or the litmus test or the template whereby you can establish the status of what is occurring. So you're saying thoughts have fundamental value, and if I rely on my thoughts, I can think my way out of the difficulty. I can make sense of what is going on. This is what our entire school education is about. University education, it's how you get a job, it's how you function in the world. That I can work out what is going on. But in meditation, we see this as a kind of waterfall. We're on one side of the waterfall and the water's tumbling down, and we can't quite see through it because the thoughts and feelings and sensations keep tumbling, and we're mesmerized by this flow of experience. So we want to step through the waterfall. We're not stopping the waterfall, but we don't want to merge into it and get carried away by it. We don't want to step back from it and just observe it. We want to be with it closely, but not caught up in it. So this is a position, and this takes a little bit of rebalancing because you're trying to find a new way of being present, neither avoidant nor confluent. So slowly you find your way to do that. Appearances arising and gone, and I don't need it. Now, when we are in our ego self, because we are so hungry and fragile and we feel inadequate, we're at the mercy of hopes and fears, we have a sense of lack and excess, we tend to get into the management of what's occurring. But for the practice, relax in the out-breath, release that. Whatever comes, comes. Sometimes weird, strange things arise in the mind, sometimes strange sensations arise in the body. Let it come, let it go. Because if you let it come and go, you start to see, oh, the content of my mind becomes me when I identify with it. This identification is called attachment. If we don't attach, if we don't get involved, there's just a lot of stuff and we are free. And then nothing catches us. And from this freedom, you can then participate as required according to the situation. So rather than taking what arises to be self-referential and self-confirming, I know that I am me because I like little pussycats and I like to go to bed with my red socks on. So if you know something specific about yourself, that thought is confirming this is who I am. You let go of the thought. Who am I? I am the space within which the thought of my little kittens at home arises and passes. Because you may never get home again. This is a fact of life. Some stupid driver could whack you on the way home. Never see the little pussies again. That is sad. So we build our life on the basis of our hopes and fears. What we don't have here are the kittens. What we do have here is ourself. So the central question is, who am I if I stop telling myself who I am, and if I stop constructing myself out of the various things that arise? So that's the function of meditation, is to allow more space to for the mind to reveal itself in its infinite simplicity and complexity. So, sitting in this relaxed way, the gaze resting in the space in front, some sense of this letter R, then we make this sound and then we just sit. One of the great misleading forces in life is necessity, where we feel we have to do things. When children are very small, then usually their mom is on their case all the time. Come on, you got to tidy your bedroom, you got to finish your food, you got to get to school on time, have you done your homework, and so on. And the child is being entrained into the need to formulate their existence into a correspondence with the regulatory factors of life. And as we get older, we internalize that capacity. And then we start to say, oh, I'm going to be late for school, I have to hurry up. So have to becomes a mobilizing factor. There is a necessity. When that is operating, the locus of control, the site of our agency, is external to us, and we are hooked by this notion that we have to do something. If you become addicted to heroin, then you have to find some drug, and you have to find a needle, and you have to put it in your arm. If you're addicted to alcohol, then you have to make sure that you always have some availability of a supply. If you become addicted to gambling, you always need to make sure that you know how to go through various apps to open up some casino form. That's what necessity does. It says this is vital. If I don't do this, life will not be good. I have to. But many of the things we have to do are ludicrous. There's no need to drink a lot of alcohol. There's no need to take heroin. There's no need to gamble. And a lot of the time, there is no need to do as much work as we have to do. The reason we have to work so hard is because of the ludicrous organization of international capitalism and the inability of organizations to be in any way efficient. So much energy is wasted. And in Tibet, this was also the case. For example, the very famous story of this yogini, this great woman practitioner, Machik Labdran. When she was a girl, she wanted to spend a lot of time doing Dharma in her life. But her mum said, no, you have to help around the house. So she always had a lot of domestic things to do. And then when Machik Labdran was a late teenager, she wanted to go and practice meditation. And the mum said, no, we are a good family and you need to get married, because if you marry a good husband, then that makes a political alliance and it keeps our family safer. So she resisted and resisted, but eventually she agreed and she got married, and she went to live in the house of her husband, which of course was the house of the mother-in-law. And the mother-in-law was quite harsh and was giving her many things to do. So one of her main tasks was to go out and to milk the Dzo. The Dzo is like the female yak. So one day when she goes out, she takes a little knife with her, and she takes 2 stones and she puts a thumb on the stone and puts a knife and hits it with the stone and takes the top of her thumbs off. So then she goes back and says, oh, mother-in-law, look, I am such a useless daughter-in-law. I cannot milk the Dzo anymore. You should throw me away. Please throw me away. And the mother-in-law screaming at her. And they say, oh yeah, just go. So then she goes up into the mountains and meditates and becomes a great teacher and founds her Dharma path. That's a very radical decision to have to make, in which she says, in terms of the frame of reference of the culture, I'm mad. And this nyongpa, or madness, nothing to do with Chogyam Trungpa's crazy wisdom, which is ridiculous. It has to do with the fact that if you decide to practice Dharma, you will make decisions which go against the grain of social normalization. For example, this is a Sunday morning, you could be lying in bed, you could be having a nice long lie, you'd be warm and safe, instead of which you get up early in the rain to come here. Why you do that, I don't know, that's your choice. But here we are, for some reason, a reason that something intrigues us, something seems to have value. And if you follow these lines of value, then you're led into doing practice, reading books, and maybe none of your friends do that. Start to feel a little bit lonely, go, why am I doing this? But it rings true for you. I want to do it. Then you have more sense, oh, this is my life. Rather than focusing my attention on social adaptation, in fitting in being like other people, I start to become curious about what is the basis of my life. Instead of looking at the world as a kind of mirror in which by adjusting my shaping and my way of talking, I can appear to be normal. And if I'm normal, I'm not going to be embarrassed or rejected. And that's my primary aim. I want validation. I want confirmation from other people that I'm okay. Instead of which we start to feel more directly from our belly, coming up through our heart, what is primary for me? What is really intriguing for me? And what am I willing to let go of in order to follow that? This is a very important thing when we do a kind of spring cleaning of our life, and we think about how we spend our time and our money and our energy. What is the purpose of all of that? What is the purpose? Tibetans have lots of little stories like that. There was a yogi living in a cave, and he had a sponsor who would bring him a lot of food once a year, and then he would be able to do his practice uninterrupted for the rest of the year. So his sponsor would come always on the full moon day of the 3rd month, and as the moon's getting bigger, this yogi starts to look around his cave and it's all a mess. So he takes everything down from his shrine and he starts polishing it to make it all very nice because the sponsor is coming. And then on the morning of the day that he's expecting the sponsor, he does some practice and then he looks around and he said, this is not my cave, this is not how I live. So he takes some ashes from the fire and throws it over the altar and makes it dirty again. Because why would I falsify myself? Why am I turning myself into the object that I imagine my sponsor wants? If I can't be true to myself, why am I living in a cave? So there is something here about who can I trust? Generally speaking, in Dharma, we begin by taking refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Because we say they are trustworthy, or we say, Kyabni Lume, you are the unfailing, undeceiving refuge. Therefore, I can rely on you. I'm relying on you because you are reliable. But this, of course, is not the whole story. I'm relying on you because I'm relying on me to believe that you are reliable. You can never escape yourself. Everything comes back to you, to your feelings about yourself, your orientation about yourself. Now, we know that we can cheat ourselves. We know that we can abandon ourselves into unhelpful activities, that we can waste a lot of time. We can imagine that viewing a whole box set of some series of movies is really important. Why? A very good practice is to watch a film, a good film, and get up 10 minutes before the end. You'll never know what happened. And then you feel your mind, oh. Does it matter? It's just a film. It's a book. Don't finish reading it. But I want to know. You don't have to know. And when you die, many things you'll never know. Because we die in the middle of life. It doesn't come to a nice end for most of us. We still have longings and needs and projects. If I need to know how the story ends, how the novel ends, I have become the slave of the story. I am now subjected to, indeed subjugated by the structure of the story, and the power of the world is revealed to me as narrative, as a storyline. But the heart of the Buddha's teaching is dissolve stories. Dissolve stories. Stories are mental elaborations. They are not true. They are fictions. You know, you get a job, you go there, you get an identity, you might get a little name tag that tells you your status and so on. This is a storyline. This is a conventional illusion. Is that who you really are? If it says you are whatever, charge nurse, so now you are responsible for a bit of the ward. Is that who you are? We know that some nurses are very kind and loving and efficient, and others are somewhat lazy and avoidant of unpleasant tasks. Having been a patient in the hospital, I observed that at first hand. Why would we imagine that having a little name tag will guarantee quality control? You can have quality control over a car engine, but not over people. Because even if people were wonderful and shiny when they went for the job interview, once they have the security of having gone through the probationary period and having a long-term contract, it may well be that their personality undergoes a certain alteration because we manifest situationally. This is how our life is. So what is necessity? What do I have to do? As we've been looking this weekend, the key thing is to establish the ground of your being. What do I manifest from moment by moment? Usually we interpret this to ourselves by telling ourselves stories about ourselves. So we say, I really like this. I want to do that. In the summer, I'm going to do this. In 5 years' time, I would like my life to be like that. These are little streamers of concepts. These are pattern formations. And it may well be that we can mobilize our energy towards the securing of these pathways and patterns. But of course, no matter how hard we try, we live in a world of changing circumstances, and it could be that the world shifts, the economy shifts, a company you work for can collapse. Many companies are collapsing at the moment. People become out of work. Many traditional occupations are vanishing in this culture. And so, in not knowing about the future, having a plan for how I want to live, how I should live, is not necessarily giving me any guarantee. So rather than relying on patterning the energy of manifestation, from the particular point of view of Dzogchen, which we're looking at, we want to see what is the ground of our being. And if that can be established, then life becomes easier. So now I'm going to go through rather quickly, but I'm going to go through a traditional Dzogchen text, one of the very first Dzogchen text that was translated into Tibetan from India by Rochana, an early translator. It's a very famous text, and many people study. And it's called the Cuckoo Cry that heralds the good fortune of glorious presence. So the cuckoo comes in the spring. When we hear the first cuckoo, we have a sense, oh, spring is here, summer will come, good fortune, life will open up, things will grow and develop. So when we see how it is, how our mind is, how the structure of our world is, this is like a new springtime. We awaken from the dark winter of our habitual thoughts, our cultural thoughts, and we can start to loosen them up. Because if you're not so dependent on thoughts, they become more playful. But if you're hanging on through necessity, there's a sluggishness, a torpor, a density which entraps us. Many people are trapped in jobs they don't like, but they've got to pay the rent, they've got to feed their kids, and so on. This is a terrible fate, because you work and work and work, then the kids grow up and they leave home, and you're old and tired, and it's too much. It's too much. Life goes by. In the Tibetan system, they say this is a mere human existence. You're eating and sleeping, drinking, pissing. That's life. Just keeping it on the road for no particular purpose. Some of you may know this early drawing from Vincent van Gogh of the prisoners in the exercise yard. And there's a circle of these men just trudging around. And if you go in London in the morning and you watch the faces of the commuters, trudging. These are prisoners going to work. Why? I need the money. Why are you doing this job? It's the only job I could get. Imprisoned in the necessity of life maintenance, maintaining a system that has no joy, no freedom, and they don't know why they're here. Why were you born? Because my parents did sex. Oh no, that's terrible. I don't want to know that. So I'm just here. Here I am. I'm born from, I'm like Venus rising from the waves, fully formed. It's not at all true. Yesterday we looked in detail about how the world manifests. So in this text, it's very short. It's made of 6 lines. Begins, there is no duality between the infinite diversity of experience and the radiance of clarity. No difference between them. It's like yesterday we looked at the image of the reflection and the mirror. There is no difference between the reflection and the mirror. That is to say, you can't separate them and hold one against the other. Because when you look for the mirror, you don't find anything at all. And the reflection, you can't take it out of the mirror. So, the clarity of the mind, the basic luminosity of the mind, the basic revealing quality of the mind, that is to say, the fact that something exists for us at all, We look around the room, we look down, we see the floor, we look up, we see the ceiling. This all arises immediately for us. This is the field of clarity in which the world in its many different forms show itself. So this showing is not different from the field of clarity. Now, once you start saying, oh, but that's a man, that's a woman, that's a chair, that's a cup, then you differentiate and you imagine that each of these forms has its own internal essence, and so they are truly separate. But actually, what you experience is experience. We don't see things. We imagine things within the field of the immediacy of our clarity. Conceptualization is a second order operation in which you construe, you bring together and elaborate a particular formation. Now, we've looked at that in some detail. This is the movement of the mind. And the movement of the mind is something you experience. So, I touch the table. I tap the table. So now I feel on my knuckle, oh, the table is hard. This is an experience. I am taking a sensation in my knuckle as the proof that the table is hard. But if the winter is very cold and we're really getting cold, we put the table in the fire. Then the table is not so hard. We take an axe and we chop the table. So the table is hard in relation to my knuckle, but not in relation to the axe. The hardness of the table is relative to the medium through which you examine the status of the table. This is why it's very important if you're going to the dentist or if you're going to the doctor or you're going to a psychotherapist that you have some useful person, because they are going to interpret your situation. Someone may say, oh, you really need an implant. And I'm very good at implants. It's £5,000 cheap at the price. Don't you worry. We have our own insurance system here. Really? Is this necessary or not? You go to the therapist, they say, I think you need to come 3 times a week. And for someone in your situation, this will take many years. Really? What part of their pension plan am I being invited into? So we know that people have mixed motives, even if they seem to be healers or helpers. So what appears depends on motivation. How the world is revealed to us is the filter of our own personality and proclivities, tendencies, and so on. So the world is experience. That is to say, it's a happening, happenstance. Moment by moment, something is going on, something is going on. What is the somethingness of the something going on? Nothing at all. It doesn't mean that there is a homogenization, a non-differentiation. We can say, oh, stick it all in the blender, it all has one taste. The taste of emptiness, which everything has, doesn't stop it also having the fact that bananas taste of bananas and apples taste of apples. So differentiation and sameness are inseparable. If you tilt it to one extreme, then you say the fact that apples don't taste like bananas means they are really truly apples. But the apple itself is not a self-existing phenomena, because when you buy an apple, often you still have the little stalk coming out, and at one time the stalk was attached to the twig, and the twig was to the branch, and the branch was to the tree. The apple came from the tree. It's not an apple in itself. You take the apple from the tree, and now we have an apple. An apple seems to be something, but its history is carried in it. So this is the first point, and this is referring to the ground, and referring to the view of this first point of Garab Dorji that we looked at yesterday. The mind itself is not a thing. It's naked, it's fresh, and it's luminous. So this luminosity, like the empty mirror, shows whatever forms arise, and there's no difference between them. So when you walk around in the world and you make your differentiations, you go into the cafe and you look at the menu and you think what you want to have. Making these choices is important, but now you get your something is being presented to you. Let's say scrambled eggs on toast. So now you have scrambled eggs on toast. This is a self-existing formation. You lift your knife and fork, but you can't cut into it because scrambled eggs is scrambled eggs. It resists. As soon as you cut into the scrambled egg, it's changing. Chopping it up, put it in the mouth, gone. Scrambled eggs came because in the kitchen, the chef broke open the eggs and put them in the pan, some butter, maybe some milk, and stirred it around, keeping an eye on the toast in the toaster, on the plate, and coming to you. If it's a nice cafe, they warm the plate. So now we have something coming from the kitchen. Did the chef make the egg? Let's hope not. The egg has come from the chicken. So you have these infinite chains of association and connection and distribution arriving on your plate as scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs are nice when they're hot. So you don't just sit there looking, thinking, oh. Now, Matisse would probably paint them in this way, but Leonardo, now he had a very different eye. Because now, hunger, so I want to eat these. I'm going to destroy the scrambled eggs as a sign of my appreciation of them. And so we see that this object is now moving into the subject, and we experience it. We experience the color, the smell, the taste, the texture in the mouth, the difference between the texture of the toast and the scrambled eggs. So this is an unfolding flow of experience. The scrambled eggs are arriving as a moment of the revelation within the field of clarity. There's not a thing. The knife and the fork also are moving in a particular way, and they are moving because the muscles and tendons in our arm are moving. So there is a whole body movement of engagement. And when the waiter brings it to the table, they're also moving and their arms extending and they're placing it down. They don't want to drop the plate. So there's an exquisite choreography of all the moves from the farm, through the supplier, to the chef, to the waiter, to us. This is the unfolding of experience. Now you can conceptualize this in a way that sets it up as subject is acting on object, and there are these things, and the things get moved about. But if you stay with the direct experience through the senses, if you relax all these echo chambers of habitual interpretation, then you see, oh, appearance is arising and dissolving. These appearances are without inherent self-nature. So this is the first point that Bhairav-Chandra is making. This is a huge liberation in this. It still means if you're at school, you have to do your homework, you have to get there on time, you have to look at your schedule and be, if you're in secondary school, be in the right classroom at the right time. If it's exams, you can't be distracted, you have to focus on what you have to show people. So each situation that we're in has its own rhythms, its own organizing factors, but all of these are dynamic. They are not static. Stasis is a cloggy mind, a cloudy mind. The actuality of our existence is dynamic and unfolding moment by moment, and in that sense, it is ungraspable. There's nothing there to take hold of. So even if I take hold of my watch, I'm taking hold of my concept of the watch. If you had a bone in one hand and a watch in the other, and you asked your friend the dog, dear dog, which one would you like? It's pretty obvious. The dog would choose the bone. Now, would you rather have a bone or a watch? We would probably choose the watch. This is an extension of our organizing capacity. It doesn't prove that the watch is more useful than the bone. Watches are more useful for human beings than bones because our teeth are usually not strong enough for crunching down bones. That is to say, meaning arises in the matrix of interaction of your self-formation with the potential of the situation. It's not self-existing. Once you loosen that out and free yourself, you free yourself from the addiction to the delusion that the world is full of things and I also am a thing. The worst notion you can ever have is that you are knowable, that you are a thing that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. We are this infinitely complex process of revealing different moods. If you are a school kid, or if you remember going to school, you go in the playground and you go and speak with your friends. There's all these other kids, but why would you speak with them? You don't like them. Who likes everyone? That would be a ridiculous thing. We say, may all sentient beings be happy, but most of you bugger off, stay far away. Because we don't like everyone. Why? I mean, that's ridiculous. Why do we like people? Because we have what in the 18th century they used to describe as elective affinities. We find ourselves, as it were, elected. It's not that we're electing it, but we find ourselves drawn towards certain people because they appear harmonious or interesting to us. We can find some sort of vibration or rapprochement. Something is engaging between us, and with other people, not. This is the variegation of the field. If you just say, oh, these are all sentient beings are basically the same, you should be able to make friends with everyone. It's ridiculous. I remember as a kid, we'd go on holiday and I would be on the beach and looking around the other kids. My mom would say, go and play with these children. They're just children. They're like you. What? They don't look very nice to me. No, go and play with them. Parents understand so little of the life of a child. And it's exactly that. Things feel right or they don't feel right. And you can learn by rules, by necessity, to override that first formation. But that first formation is the interplay of your energy with the world. And if you override your intuitive, your elective resonance, then you become alienated from yourself very profoundly. So it's very important to allow oneself to follow the strange pathways of one's own life, rather than imagine you should clone yourself into some system. So, everything which arises is the display of our own clarity. This is not a narcissistic statement. It's not saying that I am the hero, I make the whole world. It is what I experience involves me. I'm not inside looking out through my eyes, listening out through my ears to things which are out there. But the world is revealed to me through my participation. My participation is my particular tendencies and capacities for interest and resonance and so on, which arises or not. And so my world has its own topology. Not a permanent topology, not a permanent contouring, but the formations which are revealed in this moment according to mood, which is influenced by so many factors. This is the immediacy of our life. Across this, we can run an organizing narrative, a storyline of normalization. I know I'm in a room in London and we're talking about Buddhism, This conceptual interpretation arises after the fact, editing the field of experience, simplifying it through selectivity, and adding further investment in the signifiers which seem to guarantee our continuity as who we imagine we are. But if we stay with the freshness of the revealing of life, it's very slippery because it's always slipping away. If you're not here in the moment, if you're thinking about the past, if you're planning the future, past is gone, future hasn't come, we don't know. But what we have is here, and if we're not here, if we're in a daydream or self-absorption or preoccupation, we are lost. And most of the time, we're not here. We are in some vague way, and luckily our body bops along on automatic pilot and we don't fall under the bus, but we're not there. So being here is being with what is emerging, and what is emerging for me. I don't know what's emerging for you. I don't even know what is emerging for me, because what I know is an interpretation coming after the fact. So when it says in this Tibetan text, clarity or salwa, it means exactly like the mirror. The mirror shows, it doesn't know, it shows, it gives an immediate hospitality or generosity to what's arising. So you come into this room, if you've never been here before, you don't know the name of anyone, you just look around. Oh, there's this. You get this. And then you start to think, oh, where will I sit? What will I do? Where's the toilet? Da, da, da. Then you start to have thoughts and you start to slice up the experience and organize it. But the whole shebang comes all at once. That's the initial generosity of the mind. So clarity means starting to relax, not trying so hard, not working so hard to make sense of it, to work it out, to try to feel what I want to do, because that is the royal road to social anxiety. What will I say? Oh God, what will I say? How can I know what I should say? How can I know the right thing to say so that other people won't be upset? You never know. You never know. You just jump. It's like swimming, isn't it? You just poof, move it about and it's happening. You cannot know. The more you think, what will I do? The more you separate yourself out from the environment. And in that gap, that's where the vibration of anxiety arises. And then we tend to over-conceptualize. And then, of course, you have a bumpy ride, because while you're being busy working out the right thing to say, life has been moving on. And so you say you're out of the conversation. So to participate in a conversation is you have to find the rhythm. It's like if you've got two people turning a skipping rope round and round. You have to feel in your body the rhythm of the rope, and then you jump in. You can't just jump in because you're already, and then you're going, because now you're in the rhythm of the rope. So that's the rhythm of the world. The rhythm of the world is always showing itself. And if you're available, you feel the rhythm and then you join in. But if you go into yourself, then you lose it. So this is really all he's saying is trust clarity, because clarity is non-dual or never separated or not split or not two. So then he says, moreover, the actuality of each particular occurrence is free of conceptual elaboration. So that's just what I was saying. What is occurring is always free of your interpretation of it, because your interpretation comes after the fact. Your interpretation is like a post-it note that you stick on it, or if you're having to write an essay, you might have a book and you might put some highlighter on different bits of the page because you want to have this comment about Shakespeare's King Lear or something. So these points are become very important. Someone's gone to the trouble of writing a whole book, but you don't want the whole book. You only want the bits that you can put in your essay. So this is your conceptual elaboration, your take on it, your highlighting. But everything came all at once. So the actuality, the immediacy, moment by moment of the presentation of the world is free of your concepts. The concept is always coming after the fact. Moreover, the concept never actually touches the object. What does that mean? Well, as I was trying to show in a very simple way, we say this is a watch, and the concept seems to take hold of what is in my hand. But for the dog, it doesn't do anything. If a fly came in and settled on it, it's nothing for the fly. It's nothing for a bee. It's nothing for a donkey or a goat or an elephant. It is for us. Why? Because we learn about watches. If you have a child of 2.5 or 3 and they're starting to walk about and they grab the watch and they may be banging it because it makes a nice noise, you say, hey, this is not a toy. This is not for you. But it looks like a toy. It looks shiny. Why you wouldn't bang it? Tapping is very important. 2 years of age, tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. I can make tapping. Let's tap this. Let's tap with the glass. Let's tap everything. Bite, bite, tap, tap, bang, bang. And then after a while, you learn to put value into the watch. Then you learn you have the big hand and the small hand. And you look where they go and then, oh, now I can tell the time. I can tell the time because I know how to tell the time. This watch does not tell the time. I tell the time via the watch. If we say, I use the watch to tell the time, or the watch tells me the time, the object out there seems to be self-existing, and I'm now operating subject to object. But actually, what we call a watch, and what I call my sense of self, as somebody with a degree of education, we come into alignment, and so telling the time is the coemergence of my mind and what I call the watch. They arise together. The telling of the time is the meeting of subject and object. And this dynamic interplay is going on all the time. This is how the world emerges. What appears to be two is actually two in union or two in inseparability. And we see this displayed in the tankas, in the paintings of these divine forms in sexual union, because it indicates subject and object always moving together and creating and producing. And what they produce is like clouds or steam, like a reflection. It's an illusory appearance, because now I tell the time and now I know it's 10 minutes past 11. Oh, the second hand's moving. Update. It is now 10 minutes past 11 and 15 seconds. Oh, no, 20 seconds. You never get there. You never get there. You go to school, you do your exams, you go to university, you do your exams, and then what? You thought you were on a trajectory, like I'm a little train. GCSE A levels. Woo, woo. And then the line comes to an end. What will I do with my life? You've got to get in the Land Rover and go over the wild countryside. Train tracks don't last forever. What seems to be stable, what seems to be sure, will dissolve and vanish. Whether it's economic situations or physical health or family dynamics, everything's very dynamic. So this is what he's saying, is that the actuality, this immediacy, which mostly is ignored, that is primary. And the conceptual elaboration, the interpretation, which is secondary, when it's made primary because you lose sight of the ground, then you're constantly trying to hang on to adhere to that which is dissolving. And so we're in this bad faith situation. We're telling lies about the actuality of our existence. So it's a very helpful thing to hold in mind. Then he says in this second of the 2-line, which is dealing with meditation or the path, he says, old man's glasses. What he says is, what is known as is untouched by thought, for the source of all appearance is the pure ground of Samantabhadra. So, when you do this open meditation or do the 3R, then you're just sitting. Thoughts are arising, feelings, sensations. If you merge into them, they're like a streaming of semantic content. They're meaning producers. Just, you're moving, trapped within the semiotic web, in which one sign, one signifier elaborates and invites another signifier, and you're weaving these patterns of meaning, thinking about tomorrow, thinking about yesterday, wondering why you're here, and so on. All kinds of patterns of thoughts arise. But he's saying what we can call as is, just is, this immediacy, this clarity. We're just sitting. Nothing to do, just be here. Thoughts are arising. We can let them go, but we get involved. So why do we get involved? Because we are used to taking refuge in thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories as the content of our experience. I am my own thoughts. I am my own feelings. I am my own sensations. But they're always just passing through. So by constellating these, by holding on to the thoughts, I make a pattern of myself which appears to be stable, but only for a moment. So we think, oh, I'm thirsty. Then you have a drink, then you're not thirsty. So when you're thirsty, it appears like full, total. I'm bored, then something more interesting happens. Now I'm not bored, now I'm interested. Oh, now I stop being interested, now I'm bored again. So it goes on and on and on. And bored or interested is an interpretation. Something was arising. Very often we're bored because we can't find a way into what is going on. We find ourselves locked on the outside. So how do we attune in? By being there, the as is. It just is. It doesn't require any effort from us. And in fact, and this is the rather horrifying aspect of this way of understanding the world, the very effort that I make to understand things obscures them from me. Just as we looked yesterday with this example, if you look at your face in the mirror and you breathe out, then the mirror steams over. So your contribution is disguising the clarity of the mirror. You seemingly make the mirror opaque. Of course, you don't really make it opaque because the warmth of the room allows the water to evaporate, and then the clarity of the mirror is available again. But if you get into heavy breathing, then you fill the whole world with your expression and your breath, and you're constantly obscuring the world to yourself. That is what school education does. It teaches you geography, history, and so on, whereby you can pump out all these interpretations. For our exams, we had to learn the names of all the great rivers in South America and Africa and the capital cities of the world and so on. Why? Why? That's knowledge about. It is conceptual elaboration. It is the formulation of knowing about things but never being there. Now you can get these guides to go to India or Tibet or Rome, and you see people walking around with their guide. Now even they don't need a guide because you've got it on your phone. So you never need to ask anyone for directions. Oh, I feel so at home in Rome with my phone. I roam in Rome with my phone. I don't need to talk to any Romans. What would I say to them? But my phone, that's my friend. So I'm wrapping myself in my concepts, my information. We get informed. Do you want to get informed? You get deformed if you get informed. So not to have information doesn't mean you don't know, because you see. If you go walking on the hillside, you don't need to know the names of the plants or the trees. What you do need to know is if you walk too close to the edge, you'll fall off. Now that's established in direct perception. You don't need a PhD to know that this rock is crumbling. You put your foot on it and you feel it shaky and you take it off. This is the immediacy of embodied experience. So what this is saying is rely on that, trust that. But we are so ceaselessly bombarded with new forms of information which actually make us stupid. Now we're going to have this new range of robots that will be coming in. Most people can't use more than 10% of the potential of their mobile phone. Imagine what it's going to be like with robots. You don't understand how they work or why they work, but you just go with it. You have a modern car. If it breaks down, there's nothing you can do. You have to take it to the garage and plug it in, the computer. There's the engineer with a computer trying to work out what's going on in your car engine. 30 years ago, you would take it there and some guy in dirty overalls with a spanner would be under the bonnet. We've all become stupid. The more you know, actually, it's like when people say, oh, now we know much more about the functioning of the brain. Who knows that? I don't know anything about that. But we human beings know these things. We know what to do. Do we? Who is this we? Nobody at all. Nobody at all. And how do we know that that's true? Because in my life, I did many exams and I managed to pass these exams. But if I was invited to repeat the exam today, I would fail, for sure. I used to know many things. I still have the piece of paper to prove it. And I can put the letters after my name as if I am the one who knows these things. Or they used to be. So the great scientists who know about the brain, do they know about the brain after a while? No. Not unless they keep plugging in more and more and more information. Information arises and passes, arises and passes. We learn so many things in our life that vanish. So what he's saying here is that the immediacy of experience, the directness of experience, is not mixed up with thoughts. It is a clarity prior to thought. Thought doesn't damage it, because this mind is often described as Vajra, indestructible. So it's not that thoughts are the enemy. They don't harm the clarity of the mind. But when you become seduced by thoughts, you attend only to the semantic content of the thought, the meaning value of the thought, and you lose any sense of where it comes from, how it emerges, and in fact, what its truth status is. You take it for granted that the thought is a something, and because of that, we have this accumulation. And so he's saying, when you think the thought is somehow solid and real, observe again, and you will find that it is actually the appearance of Kuntuzangpo or Samantabhadra. Samantabhadra, the primordial Buddha, means the unchanging openness of the mind itself. So moment by moment, particular formations are arising, happy, sad, expanding, contracting. The flow of our experience is pulsatory, ever moving, and it's inseparable from its own ground, which is emptiness. So again, this notion of the mirror is very helpful. Reflection after reflection is arising there as appearance, not as substance, not as essence, not as thing, but as appearance. You can work with the appearance. The appearance is there and then it dissolves. The appearance appears due to the emptiness of the mirror. If the mirror was full of itself, then you wouldn't be able to do anything. So behind me there is a picture. This picture continues to be itself because it has if you like, self-substance. It has its own content, but we can look over at that wall and it's a mirrored wall. So what arises in the mirror is dependent on what is manifesting. The mirror has no content, but a painting or a photograph has a content. So this is the basic delusion which arises in our mind. We imagine that we have fixed content. We imagine we are a picture, that we are an appearance which is an expression of some inner essence, some inner personal validating structure. But in fact, of course, we emerge into appearance according to circumstances. And the ground of that interplay of subject and object is the ever-open mind of Samantabhadra. So for meditation, it's very important. We're sitting, we experience sensations, thoughts, and so on. What will I do with them? Nothing. But I want to make use of them because they're very tempting. They seem meaningful. What is their meaning? Their meaning is my projection. So this is where we become stupid. Something is appearing which actually has no intrinsic value. If we pay attention to it, we instantly project our meaning into the appearance. Then we forget that we have projected that meaning into the appearance. Now the appearance appears redolent of the meaning as intrinsic rather than as projected. And now we're captivated by that seemingly intrinsic meaning. So you might think, oh, I've got to get some milk on the way home. There's no milk left. So that's a very meaningful thought. And it links to what's in the fridge. It links to how long the shops will stay open. It links to how much tea you want to drink today and so on. So there's all kind of little lines of meaning about your lifestyle and what your diet and so on that come into the remembrance of the milk. I need to get more milk. Oh, I've got 2 liters in the fridge. It's irrelevant thought. So now there's no, it's got the thought has less hook. I need to get milk. That's a thought. I need to get a bullet in the head. Oh, weird shit. Where does that come from? Too many Clint Eastwood movies. Oh, I need to get milk. Seems meaningful. Where's the meaning? We put the meaning in the thought. It's meaningful for me because of my context. It's not intrinsically meaningful. I need to get a new Barbie doll. For me, no. But for some kids, that would still be very important. So thoughts arise. They appear to be intrinsically, inherently meaningful, but the meaning is not in the object. So you have to do a little bit of analytical inquiry for yourself and examine whether it's true. You look at what the possessions you have in your house. You look at your books. You know, I have 3 children and I have a lot of books, and none of my children are in any way interested in my books. For me, the books are incredibly meaningful. Incredibly meaningful. You say, hey, what, do you want to read this? Why would I read that? Wow. Huh, you're not me. That's the great freedom to be a parent and realize that your children are in no way an extension of yourself. They have their own mind and their own interests. So what is meaningful for me is not meaningful for them. And often that's very confusing. We can't quite understand how could that be. But it's because they constellate in a different way. And then I have to see, oh, the meaning of these books is a conversation with myself. It is relational meaning, not intrinsic meaning. And that's a great freedom. Then you can shake out lots of expectations and disappointments, and if only they were more like this, and what the hell? It's just a book. My cup of tea, not their cup of tea. So now we have to have several tea caddies so we can make different kinds of tea. That's all. So when you see that the ground is open and empty, this empty display is precisely meaningful in itself, and then because it's meaningful as a potential, it's up to you what you do with it. So yesterday we looked at these three aspects: the openness of the mind, the clarity, and then compassion or energy, which is the particularization of how we move in the world according to our tendencies. So what is meaningful for me may not be meaningful for you, and vice versa. Does it matter? No. This is where the elective affinities come in. We find ourselves making points of contact with people who have similar interests. Our similar interests are not more important or valid than anyone else's. It's just how it comes together. And then it will dissolve, and when we die, it will be dissolved, and then your possessions go on to something else. When my mother died, I got quite a bit of her furniture, and I got one big wardrobe, which when I was a child, I used to play inside and have a really nice time. And now I've had it for many years because she's been dead for a while. And now, year by year, it's becoming a wardrobe. Before, at first it was my mother's wardrobe, and now it's a wardrobe, and now it's a big, old, heavy wardrobe. Why is it here? So gradually, motherness is bleeding out of the wardrobe. So the projections that I had, the associations that I had, are resolving and dissolving back into my mind. And because I don't have these projections, if I decide to get rid of the wardrobe, it doesn't bother me so much. So these are everyday occurrences. And when we observe them, we start to see what is our relationship with the world. That it is projection and investment, and what becomes very important and serious for us, our interests not shared by the people around us. These are the particularities of our karmic formation, of our tendencies as they manifest. So I just briefly do this last verse, because this is really a summary of all that we've looked at this weekend, and then we'll have a break. Then Bairochana writes, this is whole, meaning it's without lack or excess, it's complete in itself, and so is free of the sickness of effort. Settled in itself, there is no disturbance. So the lack of effort is very important. We have all been trained to try hard, and this is a very misguided direction. Human effort is destroying the planet. Everybody tries too hard. Making effort is manipulating the patterns of energy. But if you don't understand the ground of the energy, then you misinterpret what it is. So, whole means that the ground and the appearance and the interpretation of the appearance with the mobilization that's consequent on it, this is undivided. It's a play of stillness and movement, ceaselessly moving. If you cut into it and you fragment the world, there's me inside my skin bag looking out at you thinking, oh, what am I going to do? Choices, options everywhere. Then there's a lot of effort that's required, because I have to make sure that I make the right choice to choose the right pathway for my life. So I'm already in a constrained, limited notion of myself, and I don't want to get stuck in a cul-de-sac, in some dead end. But if we see, oh, everything is empty, then however life arises, it will be empty. Therefore, the need to be in control and determining things is less and less. Of course, if you're driving a car, you don't want to crash into people and kill them. You have to keep certain things on the road, certain things going in the right way. You have to pay your bills on time and so on. The question is the effort that comes with elaboration, the need to make sense of what is going on, the need to formulate new stories. The more we stay relaxed with the freshness, we start to see more and more and more. Because I'm dissolving my prejudice, my prejudice. I'm not caught up in the thoughts. I'm not identifying them. So I'm not preoccupied. So I'm now more spacious, more relaxed, more aesthetic appreciation of the world, more sense of colors and shapes and smells and so on. And therefore I can respond into the field of occurrence in a way that will have an attunement. Because unless I'm hearing the vibration of the other person, I can't tune into them. Otherwise, I'm just playing my tune, I'm dancing to my tune, I'm being monologic. But if I really want to be dialogic, I have to hear and feel and sense the vibration of the world, and according to circumstances, bring my energetic formation into resonance with them. And if there is no need, sit on your hands. If you're anxious and vibratory and worried about, do people like me? What do I have to do? Then you do something to alleviate your anxiety or your arousal or your distress. You talk for the sake of talking. You busy yourself tidying the house for the sake of giving yourself something to do, because I don't want time to hang on my hands. I start to feel, who am I? What will I do? I am constructing myself just like a child making a sandcastle on the edge of the beach. The wave is lapping and lapping and my life is dissolving and I'm trying and trying to hold it together and I'm doing my best. Why? Of course, if you've got a family and so on, there are many tasks that need to be done, but they can be done through immediacy and presence, and you respond to what is there. One of the major causes of domestic disputes is the fact that people see towels on the floor and they don't pick them up. They see dishes on the table and they don't put them in the sink. How is this possible? There is a lack of immediate connectivity because they are daydreaming about something else. I don't have to do that. Mum does that. Mum likes doing these things. I don't know why, but she does. So just let Mum do mumming. So the more everybody starts to see, they start to do, and they do just what is required. So it's the over-arousal. When you find that you're making yourself busy because you fear depression, anxiety, confusion, anomie, alienation, this is a sign you're cut off from the ground. So the text says, relax. You don't have to do. It is already complete. So the function of the meditation is not to do something, but to allow ourselves to relax and open to the intrinsic, primordial wholeness of experience. So that's what we do. So now we have a break, 25 minutes till 12 o'clock. Okay, so now we can look a little bit at problems that arise in meditation. Because what arises when we meditate is not so very different from what arises in life. It's complex and changes very quickly. Now, in our ordinary outside life, because we're using a lot of cognitive frameworks to organize our experience, we can bring more sense of consistency and predictability to what's going on. But if we just stay with the immediacy of emergent experience, it's often very, very strange. For example, if you go into a big station like Victoria in the rush hour, and you just stand with your back on the wall and you look at people. It's completely chaotic. People coming and going. There's no clear pathways. People are bumping into each other. The train sign doesn't come up quickly enough. You see the agitation in people's faces. This is the complexity of life. Nobody's in charge. It's multifactorial, interactive, very dynamic. So when we sit in a meditation, we're easing back on the cognitive structures of organization and editing. So quite often we experience even more chaos at first because we're not quite sure how to hold everything in a spacious way. So there's two main pulsations that come up. One is called Gödpa, which means kind of wild or slightly manic or overexcitable. It means an awful lot is going on, and sometimes in cross currents. And then in the other direction, you have Qinghua, which is described as being like a tired swimmer sinking. So sometimes the mind becomes dull and heavy, and you can't maintain a focused attention. So we know in ordinary life now this bipolar or manic depressive pulsation is very, very common. For some people, it takes over their life, but for all of us, we have moods of more availability and less availability. So we are labile, we are moving. So when we sit and we appear not just to be with a thought, but with a mood. And the problem with moods is they are so pervasive. A thought, at least it's sequentially in time, has a beginning, middle, and end. But if you're in a mood of depression or tiredness, you can't really find it. It's sort of shapeless. It's like a morning mist in a mountain valley. It fills the whole valley and you're kind of obscured but trapped inside it. So when that happens in meditation, clearly you can't push it to get rid of it. It doesn't have any shape to let you do that. And it seems to envelop you. So be enveloped. If you remember yesterday, we were looking at these three forms of energy, and the middle one, Tangwa, is like a crystal ball, and it fills with a reddish tinge when it's on a red cloth or a green tinge on a green cloth. So now I'm depressed. So I am depressed, pulls it into me. Now I'm merging with it. Now this depressed mood is filling the sky of my presence. So it's like that. In London, we get used to grey days. This is just an inner grey day. So life goes on, it's grey. Sitting, feel a bit dull, stupid, don't know what's going on. If you try to stand in relation to it and enter into judgment and say, I don't want my mind to be like this is not good, this is a sign that I can't meditate, and so on, you can build up a whole series of reaction positions. So you're dislocating yourself from what's happening and you're judging yourself. So you're getting smaller and smaller. So the pervasive feeling seems to be bigger and more powerful, and it is determining who I am. So this then moves from this is how I am at the moment, or this is my experience at the moment, to something more seemingly essential. This is who I am. And that is not a helpful direction to go in. So what should we do? We stay with the one who is having the experience. If you were dead, this corpse would not be having an experience. You are alive, you are here, and you feel awful. Who is the one who feels awful? Now, this is where the big crossroads. You can follow the cognitive line and say, I am the one that feels awful, and I don't want to feel awful, and I really don't, blah, 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 blah. You vanish into this miasma of permanent interpretation. But if you just simply stay, I am here. What is this here-ness? being on the point of the emergence of experience, although the object formation, as it were, has no shape, there is a precision to being here with it. That is to say, the lucidity of the mind or the clarity of the mind is the showing, the illumination, the revealing of what is occurring. Without the revealer, nothing would be revealed. This revealer is no one. So the awareness cannot get caught by the depression, it simply shows it. And the thing about awareness is it is immediate and direct. And so on an ontological level, on the level of being, it is very self-provingly, directly me, but it's impersonal. It's like the mirror. It just shows. The ego or the self-referential vector which can arise in our mind hooks what is occurring back onto myself and says, this event is happening to me. This is getting to me. So when your mind starts to spin around that, you get accumulation. Like in the fairground, if you buy candy floss, the person with the stall, they take a wooden stick and put it into the spun sugar drum and they turn it around and the spun sugar wraps itself and then you get a big piece of candy floss. So in the same way, the stick here is the referential thing. I am here, this is happening to me. And so now you can wrap what is happening to you around it. And so you get this, that's why it's called an elaboration. It's a kind of Baroque or Rococo kind of aesthetic, which is vulgar. We like it, simplicity. So now we got all of this stuff and it's happening to me. When that happens, now you have a second order manifestation. You have the heavy mood or depression or confusion, and this is happening to me. Now, you can immediately jump into further interpretive and responsive judgments, or you can stay simply, who is the one who says me? Me is expressive. If you take anything away from this weekend, try to have the sense of the creativity or the emergence of definition and interpretation. That these are not referring to something which is self-existing, which is already there. These are the creative movements. So if you say, I am depressed, prior to that moment, you're feeling a bit down and you don't quite know what it is. You go to the doctor says, oh, I think you might have depression. Would you like to have some pills? So that you go away from the doctor, whether you take the pills or not, you go away with depression because you now have a diagnosis, a validation. Diagnosis means dia means going across and gnosis means a knowledge within polarity. You have depression and non-depression, you have anxiety and non-depression. So it's a very primitive kind of way. And in Dzogchen, polarities are not the best game to be playing because they are the generative engine of duality. So I am depressed. Two possibilities. Merge into this, I'm depressed, or stay present with the one who is experiencing I am depressed. So here, without changing what is arising, not merging into the reflection as truth, relaxing, allowing the reflection, but opening into the presence of the mirror-like awareness. So the one who is depressed is an energy formation of the unborn ground. You found the ground. So And this is the key point in the meditation when it says, don't apply effort, don't try hard, because when you make effort, you're in construction, in compounding, in creation, and what you're doing then is you're mobilizing the patterning of the energy of the mind to make a better form or one that you like better and so on. But you're then endlessly in this process of making, which is the essence of samsara. Common word for sentient beings, those who have a mind. In the Tibetan language is drowa. Drowa can be a verb, but it's also used as a noun. As a verb, it means to go. So we are goers, we are travelers, we are moving. So normally we think, I am me, and so I have a fixed and stable reference point. But what this is saying is that you, as an emergent phenomena, are going. You're going in this moment, which is fresh and direct. And if you recognize that, you have freedom. But if you wrap yourself in the narrative of I am going, I was born in this place, now I live here, I'm going to go there, on Monday morning I have to, then you have this sense of moving yourself through space and time. I am a constant, and I'm moving in that space. So like, moving a mouse and having this little arrow shuttle about on the face of the computer, we're moving ourselves in a location and duration. This is what happens when you identify with the pattern formation that is arising. So without making the mind blank and trying to cut off thoughts as if they were the enemy, because if you have no thoughts, you can't function. Without merging into the thought as if it was a truth about who you are, we follow the middle way, the open, empty mirror, and the presence of the reflection. The inseparability of these two is the liberation of the reflection, because reflections arise due to causes and circumstances. You're just sitting, it's a bit of a dull day, the mind is a bit heavy and opaque, and you just sit. If you fall into it, you get sleepy or depressed. If you try to fight it, you agitate yourself. So avoiding these two movements of wildness and sinking, we're just here. Clarity and dullness. We've left the kindergarten. No more primary colors. Clarity doesn't mean bright, happy, red and yellow. It just means clear. If we remember, the crystal ball on the red cloth is red, on the blue cloth is blue. The clarity or the translucency of the crystal ball and the emergent coloration are inseparable, because it is as if that the ball now is carrying this soft reddish tint or blue tint. So now I'm sitting with my depressed tint or my agitated tint. The tint is in me. This is undeniable. This is what is arising. But if I don't merge into it, I don't need to get rid of it, because it's not causing any trouble. The mind is space. Space is Vajra, indestructible, uncontaminatable. This is the central point of freedom. This is the first point of Garab Dorji's teaching, that the mind is not a thing. Because it's not a thing, it doesn't stand in relation to anything else. So to clarify this, and all the view, all the explanation of how it is only useful for meditation. We are Western people. Nobody's going to give you a job to do this kind of thing. So the reason we learn this is to find out something about ourselves. And it's not theory. It's not some kind of idea that would just lead us further astray. This is extremely practical. The example for this is Tibetans say that if you have a lump of butter, if you put it in a leather bag to keep it, the leather bag, if you keep it hanging, will dry out over time and crumble. But if you take some of the butter and you massage it into the leather, it will make the leather soft and pliable, and that will stay with you. So this is what we have to do with Dharma. This is what meditation means. You're massaging the butter into the rigidity of yourself, into your grasping, your historical associations, and so on. And gradually you soften the texture of yourself so that you become pliable and flowing and responsive. So when we do the practice, whatever is arising cannot touch the ground. We hear Garab Dorji says, your mind is pure from the very beginning. Kada is uncontaminated. But we feel contaminated. We feel we could do better in our life, we could be kinder, we could be more thoughtful to our friends, have more gratitude to the people who help us. We are diminished in some way. We are lacking in certain qualities. So there is room for development. Because we're starting with the notion, I am a thing, and I look around relatively in the world and I see that other people seem to do better than me. So in relation to them, could try harder. And so there's an endless agitation about relativization of ourselves as if we were an entity. But remember, Garab Dorji says, pure from the very beginning, never contaminated, and therefore needs no improvement, needs no purification. Nothing is wrong with it. This is your mind. So the ego is a reflection in the mirror. Awareness is the mirror. In the meditation, problems arise when you merge into what is occurring and you become a reflection among reflections. Now, of course, then reflections, because they're on the same plane, if you like, they have the same ontological status, they become impactful to each other. They become mixed up. And so our life becomes difficult. It's like one of the things that always happens as a kid, if you get some plasticine and you start to play with it, after an hour, it's turned into this grey mulch. It started with nice colors, but now it's just a mess. And so this is what happens in our lives. We start to get burdened by our own history, by the hopes that we haven't fulfilled, by the failures we've enacted, and so on. And so we have a composite formation, which we take to be I, me, myself. Where does this arise from? From the ever pure ground. The ever pure ground is our ground. It is the basis of our existence. This is, not influenced by anything else. What then arises is as if. It is as if I was born in Scotland and I used to work in the NHS and I do this and I do that, and I elaborate some kind of narrative which is definitive of I, me, myself as a person. This is how I separate myself out from the people around me, as if. Because when we die, we're not going to be born in Scotland. We pray to Almighty God. Maybe Italy, the food's better. So we're going to be somewhere, but it's not going to be like this. It's going to be something else. This is transitional, contingent formation. And so much of our life, when we look back, has not been developed by our agency. It's been developed by the exigencies of our situation. The school you go to depends on what school has places, how long a journey you can make, and so on. Your life in school depends on whether you like the teachers or not, or whether there's lots of bullies in the class. There are so many factors that go on. When you leave school or university, whether you get a job or not depends on the current economic climate. These are environmental factors which determine or co-determine how you are. So this is the ego self as a reflection. It's a movement of energy in the field of energy. And there is no freedom in that. No matter how hard you try, You can make a little window and have some freedom, but then the world changes and it becomes more difficult. So if we want primordial freedom, if we want unchanging freedom, this is available, but it's in the ground. So back to the meditation. My mind is, let's stay with this image, my mind is dull and heavy, and I'm sitting and the thought arises, I'm not making any progress. So if you enter the thought, you're just moving in the bandwidth of the ego. Thought, linking to thought, evoking memory, and so on. This is energy formation. And we just sit. So now I feel like shit and I've got funny thoughts. And the funny thoughts go away. And if we sit long enough, the strange mood goes away and something else happens. And there's always then the temptation to merge into what's arising. Oh, that's better. Oh, this is more like me. It's just another story formation. Because I would like to be the kind of person that has good meditation, and I wouldn't like to be the kind of person who has bad meditation. Who says good and bad? We have to remember the name of this primordial Buddha, who is our own ground, the basis of our existence moment by moment, is Samantabhadra, all good, always good, unchangingly good. This good is free of the polarities of good and bad. It's outside of duality. It's just good. Good here means infinite. Infinite means not split into finites. If you have no finites, you can't have comparing and contrasting. So a conclusion arises in the mind. This is good, that was bad. Apple, pear. This is the play of the mind. We always have freedom to get lost in the play of the mind. But where is the ground? So the thought arises, oh, this is better. This is a thought formation. Do I believe it? What does to believe a thought mean? It means you merge into it. The thought becomes your functional identity in that moment. Oh, I'm doing better. This is progress. This feels good. Contentedly falling asleep in the thought formation. But of course, thought formations are impermanent, and it vanishes and something else arises. And then something else arises. And then something else arises. So in the practice, what we do is we see the impermanence of all phenomena, which when we are sitting with them, we experience as the self-liberation of phenomena. That is to say, whatever arises goes free, and it goes free by itself. If the thought is a good thought, you can't keep it. If the thought is because it's going to vanish. If the thought is a bad thought, you don't have to push it away because it's going to go anyway. So the more you realize by sitting, by learning to be present with yourself, the more you really see, oh, what the Buddha says is true. I'm not having to join some cult with a dogma. This is simply a description of the phenomena of being alive. I see that all these mental formations arise and pass. And I see the interface between what arises in the mind and my historically developed ego formation with its selectivity, its merging and rejecting. I see this interplay, and the play is happening, as all plays do, on a stage. What is the stage of the drama of samsara? It is emptiness. The mind is empty, and the drama continues. The mind is empty. Sometimes it's a tragedy, sometimes it's a tragicomedy, sometimes it's a romantic story. Whatever drama is arising, you don't need to change the channel. This is what's arising, and then it passes. And then you see the non-duality of the ground and the manifestation. And you see the non-duality of all the factors within the field of clarity. So what manifests is inseparable from the ground, and the formations are inseparable from each other. So different kinds of non-duality. The non-duality of the reflection in the mirror is just because they're not two things in a very clear way. The non-duality of my thoughts about what's happening in my mind, I wish I was better at meditating. Okay, so there's a thought which is arising as a judgment or a conclusion about some flow of experience. In what way are these non-dual? Because one seems to be a commentary on another. So it looks like there's two. Both are arising and both are passing. When I comment on, I don't like what you said yesterday, what am I commenting on? Yesterday is gone. The person that I'm addressing and I want to confront, I want to say, hey, I don't like it when you speak to me like that. When you speak to me like that. So we've now gone away from what you actually said. We've gone into an abstraction. We've extrapolated the nasty comment and we've turned it into something that you do. Who is doing it? You do it. I don't know why you do it. So now I've got a sense of who you are. I've got a sense of what you say. And I've got a sense of who I am as the recipient of the horrible thing that you said to me. There's a lot of thought construction going on here. I've created this. This is like in the summertime when you see these big cumulus clouds mushrooming out in the sky. Whoa, now I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. Yeah. No. So this is the creativity of the mind. We are creating an enemy. We are misremembering what they actually said. We're probably definitely misremembering our part in provoking the other person. And now we've come to this dense conclusion story. And there's gone. It's also an impermanent structure. So whether you're sitting in meditation or walking about in the world, interacting with other people, whatever formations arise, whether they're expansive and happy or retractive and unhappy, it's pulsations of energy. That's why it's very helpful if you can go to the sea and watch the movement of the waves. You see the wind whips up an extra head and the spume comes off the top of the cresting wave, moving like that. Or you go to a river and you watch it. This, as it goes over some rocks, you see this rippling formation. This ripple and flow, ripple and flow, ripple and flow. And this is the same as our lived experience. According to the, as it were, the topology of the rock faces that we encounter, our own flow takes on these shapings and movements, and it never comes to an end. And there is no conclusion in life. We can never say anything definite about anyone else, because in the next moment, maybe they show another form, and another form, and another form. So our life is unfolding, changing, showing. But we come to conclusions. I hate being like this. I wish I wasn't like this. I wish I was taller. I wish I was smaller. I wish I was fatter. I wish I was thinner. We have all kind of judgments and opinions about ourselves because the mind separates itself from the body and makes judgments about it, or it separates from the speech and makes judgments about it, or separates off from the content of our mind and makes judgments. But who is the judge? You know, if you give yourself a really hard time and you're grinding yourself, I'm stupid, I can't tell, I hate myself. It seems so true. The judge is speaking the truth. And it's an unimpeded monologue. Don't you speak back to me. Oh. This is very scary. People beat themselves up. Maybe you saw that fantastic movie, American Beauty. And the woman's trying to sell the house and she gets so agitated, she starts banging her head on the wall. And we can see what that's like because the anxiety fills the body. It's awful. How could I be like this? I hate myself. Who hates who? One temporary formation arising due to causes and conditions is being ring-fenced and extrapolated to be a true account of the ultimate value of the person. You have been weighed and found wanting. The big finger comes out. So this is objectification, reification and objectification. In the critical voice that we all carry inside, whether we project it onto other people or onto ourselves, creates this seeming unsurpassable, unsurmountable separation between subject and object. So when this kind of formation arises in the mind, and sometimes it does, especially if you do a longer retreat in your own and all your old ghosts come to haunt you again, the key thing is don't apply antidotes. If you feel despair, you could pray to Padmasambhava or Tara, you could go for a walk, you could do prostrations. There are all many, many methods you can use to shift your energy, and they can be effective, and on that relative level they're useful. The problem is that you're now using energy to shift energy. And when you do that, you're saying the energy formation of the self has to be protected against other energy, and so we do other energy. So with the example we had at the beginning of the sky and the clouds, this is an unpleasant cloud, so I'm going to antidote it by bringing up some nice shiny clouds. And now the shiny clouds are going to cover the nasty cloud, but it's just a play of clouds. And if you don't see that the cloud is inseparable from the sky, the more cloud production you have, it becomes more opaque, more hidden. So, I don't like myself is a thought. I wish my life was different is a thought. Whatever conclusion arises in the form of a concept, don't do anything. Don't try to get rid of it. Don't believe it and merge into it, but find that subtle balance and just be with it. And if you stay with it, whatever form it will show and go. So if it's a happy thought, it will show and go. Unhappy thought, show and go. This is what continues ceaselessly. So from this point of view, the heart of the practice is to relax and to welcome. The Dharma Dhatu, the space of all phenomena, which is inseparable from your own awareness, I often translate that now as infinite hospitality. It's the hospitality to everything all the time, whether it's good or bad, right or wrong. You're just sitting in your cushion. If you have what you call a bad thought arising in your mind, you're not going to do anything wrong. If you recognize it's a thought. If you take the thought seriously, it will start to congeal. It will thicken. It will become dense, and it may then be a point of mobilization. But when you see the wisp-like, gossamer-like, actual texture of the thought, the fact when the thought arises, I hate myself, is the energy in the thought. The energy is in the reaction. It's a thought. The second thought pumps energy into the first thought, because the first thought, I hate myself. Oh God, yeah, I hate myself. The more you stay with it, the more you believe in it, it takes on energy, like blowing up a balloon. And this mushrooming out in space and potency takes you over. But what was it? It is an ephemeral thought. It has no substance. It has no essence. It operates on the basis of believing. So some of you probably smoke cigarettes, and then you stop smoking cigarettes. And then you have a thought, I want a cigarette. Especially if you're at a party, it's after midnight, you've had a little wine or much wine, and somebody's smoking near you, and, could you let me have a cigarette? I want a cigarette. Who wants a cigarette? The habit of smoking wants a cigarette. I don't smoke, but I want a cigarette. Two possibilities. So who is the one who wants the cigarette? It's a thought. If you believe in the thought, you bum a cigarette off someone, and now you're smoking again. I want a cigarette. That's a thought. I don't smoke. Old thoughts arise every now and then. But you believe in it, and you catch the thought, and the thought catches you, and now you're smoking. So the belief is the important thing, and belief is the energy of subjectivity. Whatever happens in the world arises from our belief. So all the meditation problems that arise are problems of belief. We believe this is good, we believe that is bad. We determine not just the shaping and the impact of what is arising, but its true validity, which is why in this style of meditation, which is called the meditation of non-meditation, we don't have an intention. We're not trying to achieve anything. We're simply being present with the mind as it is and allowing the intensity of the mind, the seductive and entrancing pattern formations, which we are so habitually oriented to succumbing to, we're allowing them to come and go. Our participation in thought production and thought maintenance and thought validation is being relaxed. And of course, when we begin doing this practice, we're still pulled in because we have a lot of habit formation. That's why stopping smoking is very difficult for many people, because they get so used to the familiar feeling of rolling the cigarette or tapping it and lighting it. There's a whole ritualized validation of this is who I am. Then you stop doing it, and there's a kind of wobbly thing because there's a gap, there's a space. So just as you have that for external addictive factors, you have it for internal addictive factors. We are all addicted to thoughts. We believe that thoughts tell the truth. And, very often when people are teenagers, they get a lot of self-doubt and they say something and mom says, oh, don't worry, sweetie, you're great, you will do fine, it'll be okay. And say, you don't understand, you don't know what it's like. And that's the really difficult thing, because nobody can help you from the outside, because you're believing this about yourself. And the intensity of the thought for you is your intensity put into the thought. So someone looking from the outside sees, I think you're getting caught in a bit of a loop. This is not really true. Let's look at it. But how can I look at something that I believe and I'm sure is true about myself? So we've probably all been through that kind of stage in our life. And so when we go into meditation, one shouldn't be surprised that we get carried away by particular thought formations. The key point is, don't try to do anything different. Don't try to improve your meditation. Don't try to do anything with it. Just continue to be there. And every now and then you go back in, and then you don't. And then you don't. It will vanish. I have to. I need to. So we're back with necessity. I feel driven to. This is so important. No, it isn't. Nothing matters. I'm just sitting. The world is going on. The world doesn't need me. I am irrelevant. Relaxed, at ease, and irrelevant. Off duty. Stuff comes and goes, comes and goes. Nothing for me to do. And then we're lost. Nothing for me to do. Now, this may seem almost banal, so straightforward. It's actually quite difficult to do. But what is very important about this style of practice is it really brings you into the presence of the turbulence of subject, object, thought, and energy formation. That this turbulence is going on. And if you enter into this turbulence, it will spin you. You will get carried away. You cannot be in it and not affected by it. So at first, our attention is on the ground. The first point of Garab Dorji, if you don't find the openness of the ground awareness, all the other elaborations become problematic because you don't know who it is. we are like an adoptive child, and we've grown up in this particular family, and we believe this is my true family, and we act on that assumption. And then one day we hear, oh, see some piece of paper, or you overhear people talking, think, oh, are this my real parents? Is this where I really belong? And you start to check it out. And then you have to investigate, who are your real parents? This is the situation of Dharma. When you come into Dharma, what you realize is your sense of your own origins, and from that your sense of your identity, is false. You have been living a lie. You have been running with a false passport, with a false identity. Who are you? I'm me. Well, this would be impossible, because everyone in this room, if interviewed, would respond to the question, who are you, by saying, I'm me. Now, there's a lot of fake me's in here, because actually, I am me, you are you. And now you tell me that you are me. This is a lie. So everybody starting with some assumption that there is a simplicity of personal essence, personal ground. I am me, let me tell you about me. This is the false ground. And this false ground dissolves when we sit in the practice, relaxed, and allow the thought formations arise. We are made out of thoughts. We are such things as dreams are made of. We are empty signifiers. And the value of the signifier, the power of the signifier, depends on our belief. And our tendencies of belief formation arise from the zeitgeist, from the family we grew up, and so on. So if we want to find our birthright, if we want to find our true ground, this is the unborn ground, or in the Zen tradition you say, this is the face you had before you were born. This is that which is not in formation. The formed face is always being identified in terms of the views of the people around you. So, we sit in the practice, lots of things arise. Whenever you come to a conclusion or a definition and you think, I don't like this, or I like this, or I can't do this, don't do anything. Just relax and be present, and the thought will vanish. And the thought will vanish. And then you start to really see all the factors of my ordinary self-identity are dynamic and changing and moving. And yet, here I am. Whatever else is going on, whatever else is moving, there is a presence. It is the presence of the clarity of nothing. And this is the ground state. And within this, we have the clarity of the emergent field. And within that, we get up, we walk, we talk, we interact with other people. Nothing is forbidden. But now we're moving from the ground, so that this primordial freedom, in the primordial clarity, is shining through everything we do. And so life gets much, much easier. So time goes by, we do a final sitting. We can do it without the 3R, just relax in the out breath. Because the more you get used to doing this, you can do it sitting on the bus, you can do it in a gap at work. It's not about turning the practice into something special and artificial, massaging it into life again and again. So, the central principles are very clear. The ground is infinite, and awareness inseparable from the ground is infinite. It is our choice whether we open to that infinity or not. all finites are within the infinite. There is no finite outside the infinite, otherwise the infinite wouldn't be infinite. If you have something outside the infinite is now in relation to the finite, and so you have comparing and contrasting, and the infinite is diminished. So really understanding the infinite nature of the mind means whatever is occurring, whether it's happy or sad, war or peace, hospital appointments, difficult medical treatments, happiness, long life, falling in love, whatever is arising, this is the movement of the energy of the mind within the great completion, which is the infinity of awareness. Meditation is a way of awakening to that again and again, although the clouds and habits of sleepiness and lostness and forgetfulness will continue to arise. So this is what we've been looking at. It's up to you whether you want to continue it or not. In the book Simply Being, there are 3 chapters which focus on meditation problems, which elaborate a little bit more what I've been saying this morning. So you can look at that. And we are the recipients of the great freedom. The future is open to us. Who are we going to be? How are we going to be? These are not questions that the ego can answer, but if we find the ground, then it's clear. So, good luck with the practice. Come to the end. Have a good journey. It's been a pleasure being here. Maybe we meet again, maybe not, we never know. Death comes at any time, illnesses, sicknesses. Hospitals and cemeteries have not been made for other people. So, good luck and goodbye. Bravo.